November 13th, 2020 regular meeting of the San Francisco Ethics Commission. This meeting is being held by teleconference pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order N-2920 and the 12th supplement to the mayoral proclamation declaring the existence of a local emergency dated February 25th, 2020. Before we proceed further, I'd like to ask Commission staff member Ronald Contreras, who is acting as our moderator today, to explain some procedures for the remote meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The minutes of this meeting will reflect that due to the COVID-19 health emergency and to protect Commission members, city employees, and the public, the meeting rooms of City Hall are closed. However, Commission members and staff will be participating in today's meeting remotely. This precaution is taken pursuant to the various local, state, and federal orders, declarations, and directives. Commission members will attend this meeting through video conference and participate in the meeting to the same extent as if they were physically present. Please note that today's meeting is being live cablecast on SF.gov TV and streamed live online at sfgovtv.org/ethicslive. Once again, streamed live online at sfgovtv.org/ethicslive. Public comment will be available on each item of this agenda. Each member of the public will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. Comments or opportunities to speak during the public comment period are available via phone call by calling 1-415-655-0001. Again, the phone number is 1-415-655-0001. The access code is 146-269-8877. Again, the access code is 146-269-8877, followed by the pound sign, and then press pound again to join as an attendee. You will hear a beep when you are connected to the meeting. You will be automatically muted and in listening mode only. When your item of interest comes up, dial *3 to raise your hand and to be added to the public comment line. You will then hear you have raised your hand to ask a question. Please wait until the host calls on you. The line will be silent as you wait your turn to speak. Ensure that you are in a quiet location. Before you speak, mute the sound of any equipment around you, including television, radio, or computer. It is especially important that you mute your computer if you are watching via the web link to prevent feedback and echo when speaking. When the system message says your line has been unmuted, this is your turn to speak. You will hear staff say, "Welcome, caller." We encourage you to state your name clearly. As soon as you begin speaking, you will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you are online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you change your mind and wish to withdraw from the public comment line, press *3 again. You will hear the system say you have lowered your hand. Once your 3 minutes have expired, staff will thank you and mute you. You will hear your line has been muted. Attendees who wish to speak during other public comment periods may stay on the line and listen for the next public comment opportunity and should raise their hands to enter the public comment line by pressing *3 when the next item of interest comes up. Public comment may also be submitted in writing and will be shared with the Commission after this meeting has concluded and will be included as part of the official meeting file. Written comments should be sent to ethics.commission@sfgov.org. Once again, written comments should be sent to ethics.commission@sfgov.org. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And with that, I will call the meeting to order. And moderator, can you please proceed with item number 1, Commission roll call. Commissioners, if you can, that's your line. Unmute your microphones so he can hear you.
Yeah, please unmute your microphone so that you can verbally state your presence at today's meeting after your name is called. Chair Ambrose.
Present.
Commissioner Bush.
Present.
Commissioner Chu.
Present.
Vice Chair Lee.
Present.
Commissioner Smith.
Present.
Madam Chair, with 5 members present and accounted for, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And we are resuming our commission meetings in the remote format. We do welcome the public's participation and patience as these meetings progress. I also would like to add because we are remote, I mean, hopefully we would be able to get more public participation than when we were at City Hall. I do appreciate Commissioner Bush's reaching out to his compatriots to encourage them to participate, and I think we should all try and do the same. I want to give you all a friendly reminder that if you can mute your microphone when you're not speaking so we don't have a lot of audio feedback during the meeting. And with that, I'm going to call agenda item number 2, which is public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda. Members of the public who are already on the line and wish to speak should now dial *3 if you've not already done so to be added to the queue. And moderator, can you please proceed with public comment if we have anyone in the queue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Commission is now receiving public comment on agenda item number 2 remotely in this meeting. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. If you joined the meeting early to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get into the line to speak. If you have not already, please press *3. It is important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue. As precedent, again, will move you out of the public comment line and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue and standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak. So it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please address your comments to the Commission as a whole and not to individual members. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are any calls in the queue.
Thank you.
If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on agenda item number 2, public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, thank you very much. Public comment is closed, and I will proceed with calling agenda item number 3, the revised draft minutes for the October 9th, 2020 Ethics Commission regular meeting. If any members of the public intend to offer public comment for the consent item, they should dial in now and enter *3 to be added to the public comment queue. Item number 3 is on consent. This item is considered routine. If a commissioner objects, an item can be removed and considered separately. Does any commission member wish to sever any of the items from consent and call it for a separate discussion? Commissioner Lee, I'm going to ask for a verbal from you since I can't see whether or not you're raising your hand.
Oh, Madam Chair, I don't have any.
Okay, thank you very much. Now can I have a motion to adopt the minutes for the October 9th, 2020 meeting?
So moved.
All right, moved. I'll take that as a move and a second. If you can can we move now for public comment on the consent items, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Commission is now receiving public comment on consent calendar item number 3 remotely in this meeting. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. Your bell will go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you joined the meeting early to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get in line to speak. If you have not already, please press *3. It is important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue. As precedent, again, will move you out of the public comment time and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue and standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak. So it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please address your comments to the commission as a whole and not to an individual members. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are any callers in the queue. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently taking public comment on consent calendar item number 3, revised draft minutes for October 9, 2020 Ethics Commission regular meeting. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, thank you very much. Hearing that, public comment on agenda item 3 is closed. And can I have a roll call on the motion and second that we already have to adopt the minutes?
A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush?
Yes.
Commissioner Chu?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Chair Ambrose?
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you, commissioners. I will now call agenda item number 4, which is a discussion and possible action on presentation by the Controller's Office on the Controller's November 5th, 2020 report. I'm going to ask Executive Director Lee Pelham to introduce this item. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Commission Chair Ambrose. This report is a third in a series of public integrity reports that have been issued by the Controller's Office to assess policies and processes in the wake of the City Attorney's investigation stemming from alleged wrongdoing by former Public Works Director Mohammed Nuru. The reports, as you know from previous commission meetings, have been conducted in consultation with the City Attorney's Office and are being issued with the goal of highlighting areas where laws may need to be strengthened to avoid future similar circumstances to prevent abuse and fraud in the city. The Controller's first assessment report was issued in the end of June, and we had the Controller's staff here to present its findings and recommendations regarding conflicts of interest and contracting and procurement processes. The second report was issued in September, and that addressed, you'll recall, gifts to departments through non-city organizations and the creation of a risk of pay-to-play. That report was also presented to the Commission at its meeting last month to provide you with the opportunity to provide input. And just last week, the Controller's Office issued its third in a series of reports. And so this report is on the agenda as well for you to hear the summary of findings and recommendations from the Controller's staff and to provide any input that you might have. As you know, all of the issues that are being addressed in these reports, to the extent that they have overlapping jurisdiction or raise issues within the Commission's jurisdiction, will be folded into our own ongoing policy work. So we very much appreciate the focus of the Controller's Office and very much appreciate them taking time to be with us to walk through the findings and recommendations here. Mark De La Rosa, who is the City Controller's Acting Director of Audits, is here along with others to provide you with that information. So I'm happy to turn it over to Mark and with our thanks for his participation again.
Great. Thank you so much, Executive Director Pelham, Chair Ambrose, Commissioners Lee, Chu, Smith, and Bush. Let me share my presentation right now. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning again. Mark De La Rosa, Acting Director of Audits for the Controller's Office. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you, as Executive Director Pelham mentioned, our third in a series of our public integrity assessments. As you recall, back in June, we issued one on public works contracting. In September, we issued the second one on gifts to non-city organizations. This third one is on the city's Department debarment process. And just wanted to first actually thank our team at the Controller's Office, Tiffany Wong and Kay Chalk, for the excellent work that they have done in helping us complete this third deliverable. So just by way of background, as you know, back in February, when the Mohammed Noor investigation became public, we set out to conduct these series of assessments. It's really to look at the internal control weaknesses, looking at practices, policies surrounding the various allegations related to Mr. Nuru. The overarching goal, as previously has been stated, is to provide recommendations that would ultimately improve the transparency, reduce risk of fraud, and ultimately safeguard the public funds within the city and county of San Francisco. In conjunction with the controller's efforts in conducting these assessments is the city attorney's focus really on the investigations on misconduct by current and former city employees, as well as city contractors and vendors, and they continue to do so and identify remedies for certain legal or policy violations. One example of this action from the city attorney is the start of the process to debar Azulworks Inc. Back in July 2020 from contracting with the city for 5 years in connection with allegations contained in the Nuru FBI affidavit. And it's really through this action from the city attorney's office at the start of the debarment process that that prompted us in the controller's office to look at the city's debarment procedures to see if there's any areas for improvement or if there's anything that we can recommend to further improve and promote transparency and safeguard the city's funds. So in conducting this assessment on the debarment procedures, we really looked at the city's debarment policies as stated in the admin code. We also looked at the city attorney's proposed changes to the debarment process. You may or may not know that back in August, the city attorney's office put forth a legislation as a proposal to the Board of Supervisors regarding the debarment process. And I believe that it's currently pending the Board of Supervisors approval. We really compared our debarment process against the state of California, as well as different various provisions within the federal law, just to see if there's any lessons learned and areas for improvements. Just as with all of our previous assessments, these results are preliminary and they're really open for public comments and review, and we may revise elements of our recommendations based on the input that we do receive. So just to provide further context on the Azulworks debarment process that's currently ongoing, according to the FBI report that was issued back earlier this calendar year, Mr. Hernandez was alleged to have provided Mr. Nuru with bribes in connection with steering city contracts to Mr. Hernandez and his firm that he owns, Azulworks Inc. Per the FBI report, Mr. Hernandez was alleged to have supplied Mr. Nuru with over $250,000 worth of labor and materials for work related to Mr. Nuru's vacation property. The FBI report also alleged that Mr. Hernandez paid for Mr. Nuru's hotel stay, as well as some meals costing over $1,000 each. And in exchange for these bribes, Mr. Nuru then provided or alleged to have provided inside information about city contracts and approvals, resulting in Mr. Hernandez, who owns Azulworks, to submit an alleged to be unqualified for one of the contracts that was awarded to his firm. So given that backdrop, we set out to really look at what's currently in the city's admin code and what's currently the procedures that are being followed by key stakeholders that are involved in that debarment process, which is primarily the city attorney's office and some parts of it for the Controller's Office as well. And just wanted to, for background, define debarment that appears in Chapter 28 of the Admin Code as an administrative determination against a potential bidder or contractor declaring such potential bidder or contractor irresponsible and disqualified from participating in a competitive process for city contracts or from entering into city contracts for a period specified in the debarment order. Basically, what this means is that the city has authority to debar a contractor found to be involved in a willful misconduct with respect to any city bid, requests for qualifications or proposals, or purchase orders and/or contract. And some of those willful misconduct included submitting false information in response to any bids or proposals, not complying with contract terms per the city's admin code provisions, disregarding certain conditions of the city contract, failing to abide by rules or regulations per our SF municipal codes, submitting false claims, being involved in collusion in obtaining contractor payment or approval, and also being involved in any and I just highlight this as the second to last bullet here, any verdicts, judgment, settlement, stipulation, or plea agreement establishing the contractor's violation of civil or criminal law against any government entity relevant to the contractor's ability or capacity to honestly perform under or comply with the terms and conditions of a city contract. And that's really the part of the willful misconduct that the debarment process for the Azul Works Inc. Got started. As mentioned, we reviewed our procedures. We looked at the state and federal guidelines or procedures related to debarment. And these 6 bullets right here on slide number 5 really outlines the 6 findings from our recently issued report. The first one being that overall, our procedures, our debarment procedures are generally consistent with those of California's and certain aspects of the federal government's process, except that the city does not require an investigation as the initial step. I just wanted to also note that even though it's currently not required per the city attorney, an investigation does occur before any debarment proceedings start. So even though it's not a requirement, it is practice that it does occur before any proceedings begin. But in terms of how we issue our notice of initiation of debarment, providing contractor with an opportunity to respond, including or basically hiring a hearing officer to, or appointing a hearing officer to basically be the administrator of the hearing. Those are all very consistent with how the state and the federal government conducts debarment. So that's the first key finding that we noted. The second bullet on the debarment period of up to 5 years is also very similar to how the state and the federal government does it. For the state, it's basically the period is for 1 to 5 years of debarment, and really the factors that determine the duration include severity and frequency of the various violations that's relevant to the case. And it's similar also to the federal government of 1 to 5 years. So we're aligned with how it's done outside of the city. The third finding that's included here on the suspension is one of the key findings that we had in our report. And this is also part of what has been set forth or put forth by the city attorney's office as part of the legislation that they've introduced back in August. Really what we found was that unlike the federal government, the city and the state currently do not suspend contractors. And just to provide some background within the federal context, or what we've learned from the federal government example, is that they can currently suspend a contractor for up to 18 months as a remedy short of debarment. And the various reasons that a contractor can be suspended within the federal government realm is when a contractor is under indictment or subject to any ongoing civil or criminal litigation. As we point out in our reports within this federal example, a suspension is appropriate when a federal government agency determines that a contractor committed certain offenses. So, as mentioned, the August legislation put forth by the city attorney included an allowance for the city to suspend a contractor from public contracts or grants if it has been indicted or charged in a civil, criminal, or administrative matter before the proceeding of debarment happens. The fourth bullet here is our fourth finding. Yes,
Hey,
Chair
Mark,
Ambrose.
I just want to get a clarification, the difference between being suspended and debarred. So does that mean if you're an existing contractor acting on an existing contract that an indictment or allegation of civil wrongdoing would allow the city to stop work on the contract, which I think we already have the ability to stop work on any of our contracts? Or does it mean that they actually can't bid on any contracts that are put up for bid during that period?
That's right. It's actually it's both on those, the stopping of the payments as well as from bidding to any contracts. And yeah, so it's actually both, and it's almost like a disciplinary phases that happens. But yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood and just to the point, we'll get to this at the end of this. I mean, the Ethics Commission has very few contracts overall. And I think it's only in fairly limited circumstances that these matters would come before the Ethics Commission. It'd be more likely that the underlying activity that led some other department to suspend or debar a contract would involve Ethics Commission jurisdiction. So just so we put it in perspective.
That's right.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Of course. The next finding that we highlighted in our report just related to how, although the city does not require debarment or debarred contractors to pay any of the admin or admin costs or penalties, the city can actually pursue claims against those contractors under state law or bring other civil actions. What we did find was that the city, state, nor the federal government currently, none of them currently require a debarred contractor to pay any of the administrative costs of the debarment process. But we did note that the city could pursue claims against a contractor under the California False Claims Act or bring other civil actions against a contractor. Our fifth finding is really on the qualifications of the hearing officers assigned to oversee the debarment process. What we did find was that the city's admin code currently does not include minimum qualifications for our hearing officers, which is unlike what happens in the federal government as well as the state government. Within the federal example, they do have a minimum qualification of being either a federal agency head or a designee of that agency head. And within the state government example, we did find a little bit more of a specific type of qualification, which is to be an attorney, for example, employed by the Division of Labor Standards, or an attorney or an administrative law judge employed by the Department of Industrial Relations. So this is one that we also note is included in the legislation that the city attorney has introduced. And our sixth and last is really all about the public reporting requirements. So currently, the San Francisco does currently publicly list the contractors it has debarred, but that we should also publicly list suspended contractors should the legislation that is before the board right now from the city attorney's office on the should that pass. So this is really just taking the example from what the federal government is currently doing, whereby they do have a website called the System for Award Management, or SAM, in which all of the debarred and suspended contractors are listed. Also, another example is from the state California Department of Industrial Relations, in which their Division of Labor Standards Enforcement does list all of the debarred and suspended public works contractors and subcontractors. So that's the last of the finding that we noted in terms of how our procedures and policies compare to others. And so really the recommendations that followed are related to all of the findings that we've noted, and it's really to be consistent with what the federal and state governments require, and as already proposed by the Office of the City Attorney, the Board of Supervisors should amend admin code to include the suspension provision, to include the minimum qualifications for the hearing officers, and then lastly, for there to be a public listing of all suspended contractors. So that concludes our very brief presentation on this quick review. As we previously noted, we are still continuing to complete the other assessments that we have started related to the Mohamed Nuru investigation, one on the ethical standards related to the Airport Commission and other city commissions, another on citywide ethics reporting requirements, which is basically everything else that we have not yet discussed in our previous deliverables will be in there, and it's more how to better track and ensure that everyone in the city that should be filing certain reporting requirements from the commission that they are complying with them and that they're publicly reported. And then the building inspection policy and procedures, and then our final report, which will be an accumulation of all of the different assessments that we've completed so far. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we shouldn't go to public comment first before we take comments from the commissioners. Is that acceptable to everyone?
Commissioner, Chair Ambrose, I just had one question.
Please go ahead.
Mr. De La Rosa. So if you could, on your last slide, you've got additional reports, and thank you to you and your team for doing this really important work. My question relates to something that you had identified in one of your previous reports, and I think is a theme, for me at least, is strengthening or better understanding the tone at the top and the culture of these different organizations. Will your reports be diving into that or looking at what the culture or what training or other mechanisms are in place and what might be needed in order to create and foster a culture of compliance? Because I think that it's not only is it important and critical to strengthen the laws and the rules and the regulations governing this behavior, but that's just on paper, because what happens is that it's a lived everyday reality in departments, and that in the absence of a culture and norms that say that we have to do the right thing, and if I see someone who's not doing the right thing, then I need to go and raise the flag or report it to someone. I think that if we don't, in the absence of that component, I don't know that we're going to make as much progress as we otherwise would in creating a more ethical and a more compliant, more transparent and accountable government. So if you could speak a little bit to what the Controller's Office will be doing to identify or analyze the opportunities there, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, very good question, Commissioner, through the chair. As previously noted, and we're still definitely planning on including the tone at the top as one of the key sections in our final report, because what we're basically doing is we're hitting the various internal controls and policies in these deliverables that we've been issuing over the last few months. From an audit perspective, as someone who's been auditing for almost 20 years now, tone at the top is really a conglomeration of all of those different facets of an internal control. It's a common, element of an organization that can definitely be the root cause of anything that could go wrong. And how we're going to be addressing tone at the top will be within the context of how some of those internal controls that have been identified by the FBI, as well as some of the key things that we've identified in our previous reports, were able to happen. A lot of it were because of the lack of oversight of certain procedures. A lot of it is because there were certain policies that were written in our admin code that created loopholes for those to occur. And you'll also be hearing later on too, after this item, on our whistleblower program, and which is a part of that whole kind of like system of internal controls within the city and county of San Francisco. That is really part of the larger kind of like body of things that create the culture within our city government. So we'll definitely be hitting tone at the top. Some of the smaller kind of examples that we will definitely be including are certain training requirements, certain procedures, and practices that would help encourage, further encourage a tone that encourages transparency and hopefully not replicate any of what happened at the Department of Public Works as part of the investigation. So we'll definitely be a part of. We'll be including that in our last deliverable, and we'll be providing recommendations that will speak to it.
Wonderful, thank you.
Commissioner Bush?
I think you're on.
You are muted, Commissioner Bush.
Well, thank you.
There you go.
Point noted. So in the past, the mayor or the chief of staff would interview annually for performance matters each department head. And also in the past, department heads were often named without any training on what the rules are for department heads. Will your recommendations take a look for a tone at the top, building on what Commissioner Chu just said, that how do we instill that, and isn't part of instilling it a process of briefing them on their responsibilities, and secondly, including some guidelines for the performance reviews by the mayor or the mayor's chief of staff?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Commissioner Bush. Through the chair, completely agree with you that in answering the previous question, performance evaluations is certainly one great classic example of how you're holding accountable any staff, be it a department head or any of the staff members in the city. So that's definitely going to be a facet of what we're going to be opining on in terms of the tone at the top as an element of how you build a healthy organizational culture. Training definitely is one also that will be a key aspect of it. And going back to the performance evaluation, yes, I think the ideal state is that expectations are clearly laid out in the beginning, and then once evaluation is basically based on how you've met those expectations and objectives. So it's definitely going to be a part of what that internal control system would look like in terms of tone at the top.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions about the whole debarment thing, which I can wait until other questions have been asked.
My mute. Of any members of the public who might want to comment while the presentation is fresh. So if we do have public commenters in the queue, I'd like to hear from them. And then if you can remember your questions about the debarment, then we'll wrap up with the rest of the commissioners' questions. That be okay? So actually, Ron, if you can call public comment or announce the procedures for making public comment, and let's see if there's anyone who's wanting to weigh in on this.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are any callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion of the motion of agenda item number 4, discussion and possible action on presentation by Controller's Office on Controller's November 5th, 2020 report. If you haven't already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you are online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by.
Madam Chair, I wonder if while we're waiting, I could ask a question.
Please go ahead. I'm sorry, and I forgot to check your text. If you want, I can read your question.
Can you please, because it's harder for me to speak.
Yes. Commissioner Lee has a question regarding hearing officer qualifications and makes the note that the hearing officer should not be in a political appointment position. And that is something that when we get back into the discussion, we can hear back from Mr. De La Rosa. I just want to make sure if somebody has pressed *3 that they're not in a holding pattern. So back to the moderator. Do we have any commenters in the queue?
Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, then public comment is closed. And Mr. De La Rosa, if you can speak to that. I noticed that the recommendation is that a hearing officer be a licensed attorney, and I understand, there is a really substantial due process that has to go along with debarment. I mean, you're depriving someone of their livelihood. I've been involved in debarment proceedings before. It's extremely challenging to build the evidentiary record, to overcome the objections, and by changing the rules and introducing the concept of suspension, which I'm presuming is a lower bar because you have allegation, not a actual conviction, where that hearing has taken place in another court of law, and then you're just applying it to your contracting process. So anyway, all that to say, I agree with Commissioner Lee that it would be best if hearing officers were above reproach and independent and well educated in the in due process and therefore not political appointees. But I don't know if that's part of the legislation.
And through the chair, actually unsure about how it's worded. What I can speak to is definitely what we've put forth, which is just as a minimum qualification for establishing a set of minimum qualifications, which could include the licensed attorney. How it's worded, I would defer to the city attorney on that, but I can also look into it and get back to you.
Great. I'm going to actually go back to Commissioner Bush, who had specific questions about the department process, so we can get all of the kind of substantive questions on the floor. And then if there are things that the city attorney's office can illuminate for us, we can go to them. Commissioner Bush?
Thank you. Am I unmuted?
You are.
Okay. I have three sort of technical questions. Can a debarred entity continue to make contributions to candidates and ballot measures or make behest payments? Is there an answer to that question?
I would actually defer to the city attorney for more of a technical.
It would seem a little odd that you debarred somebody and then they turn around and make contributions to the candidates or office holders of the city.
This is John Gibner, Deputy City Attorney. Responding to your question, Commissioner Bush, the current law does not prohibit debarred contractors from making campaign contributions, and the pending ordinance, which the board passed on first reading last week and is, or earlier this week and is on for second reading at their next meeting, does not modify our campaign finance rules. So it doesn't impose a contribution ban. Just going back to Commissioner Lee's question, Commissioner Ambrose's question about appointments of the hearing officers, the controller and city administrator are authorized to hire and appoint the administrative hearing officers under the debarment ordinance.
So if I understand correctly, a contractor cannot contribute, but someone who's just been debarred can.
If the debarred contractor falls within the parameters of section 1.126, because they recently obtained a contract approved by an elected official, or the contractor has a pending contract that has to be approved by an elected official, then the contribution ban in section 1.126 applies, but there's not a separate ban on contributions from debarred contractors.
It'd be good to have some clarifying language in here about all of that. The second question I have is, if the federal government debars someone, do we add them to our debarred list if they happen to also be city contractors? So let's say you have a street bond. Some of the street bond is being paid with federal money and the feds have debarred that person. Do we then debar them as well?
Not sure if this is a question for me or for Mark, who might know more about just the general process of how we track federal debarments.
Right. Yeah. From the controller's office perspective, through the chair, Commissioner Bush, this is so there is a step in the city's procurement process whereby when there is a new contract that's let and entered into our financial system, there is a step that is currently being done to basically check and to see if they actually do appear on that SAM.gov website, which, as I mentioned previously, is the the website that's maintained by the U.S. General Services Agency that lists all of the federally suspended and debarred contractors. And so there is that check that happens at least before things are let or paid within the city system. How it's included in the review of the contractor in the definition of a responsive or responsible bidder, I am unsure about how that is, whether there is a check that happens at that juncture to see if the contractor that's bidding on a contract appears on that list. So that would be
Okay, thank you for that. The last question I had was, you mentioned that the city may require repayment of money obtained through a contract that was then lost because of debarment. But I wasn't clear what constitutes may require a repayment. Is that entirely discretionary according to the department head, or who decides what are the grounds for repayment?
actually through the chair. Would City Attorney Givner have an answer to that?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that one, but happy to look into it and get back to you, Commissioner.
Yeah. And I'll do the same too, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just check. I don't see, actually, Commissioner Chu, I see your hand up, but I don't know if that was for previous comment.
No, that was from earlier. Well, I would just say, and I don't mean to go down a rabbit hole, I think that one of the reasons why there may not be a ban on political contributions from debarred contractors is First Amendment issues, just because the city interest in preventing corruption, the nexus there, because the contractor is no longer providing services to the city, would make it, I think, harder to restrict the company's right to free speech and making political contributions.
Mm-hmm. And Commissioner Smith, you're muted. You have to.
I don't really have a question. I simply have a comment. I'd like to commend the Comptroller's Office for the improvement of adding a suspension to the possible remedies. I think if the only one that exists is a complete disbarment, there might be some hesitancy, more hesitancy about imposing it, and would allow misconduct to keep going on until there were several episodes. So I always believe that a more moderate restraint is a good one, and I'd like to commend the Comptroller's Office for proposing that.
All right, then. Thank you. I unmuted. Yes. I'm looking, and Commissioner Lee, I'm assuming your comment was addressed. And with that, I'm going to close agenda item number 4 and call agenda item number 5, which again is Mr. De La Rosa. We're going to have a discussion and possible action on presentation by the Comptroller's Office Whistleblower Program staff on the annual report of Whistleblower Program for fiscal year 2019-2020. Director Pelham, if you can introduce this item and the other folks from the Comptroller's Office who are here to review this matter with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. I am going to hand off to our Enforcement Director, Jeff Pierce, for a brief introduction.
All right, great.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose and Executive Director Pelham. As the Chair said, this is a second presentation from the Comptroller's Office, this one on their annual report from fiscal year 2020. Like the Ethics Commission, just by way of background, the Whistleblower Program was created by ballot measure I believe in 2003, the program has jurisdiction to administer the whistleblower hotline and to conduct and coordinate investigations into improper government activity. Dave Jensen is the supervising investigator with the whistleblower program. That program is a function of the city services auditor that Mark De La Rosa oversees. Commissioners may know that the Enforcement Division coordinates pretty closely with the whistleblower program on complaints that entail, say, overlapping jurisdiction, or we coordinate in instances where it may be important for us to evaluate whether the Ethics Commission should contemplate imposing remedies where the whistleblower program's investigation has identified liability of one kind or another. As I mentioned, Dave Jensen is with us, the supervising investigator from the whistleblower program. Dave will present the item. He will have Mark De La Rosa with him, as well as senior investigator Stephen Munoz. Dave has conducted investigations for the city and county since 1996, first with the city attorney's office and now with the whistleblower program. Dave received a Bachelor of Sciences in Language from Georgetown University. He also received a master's in public affairs from the LBJ School at the University of Texas. So I will hand it off to Dave to present their annual report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you today the highlights of our fiscal year 1920 annual report. Working with me to compile the report and working with the slides today is Senior Investigator Stephen Munoz. Be happy to answer any questions you have either during or after the presentation, but may require some assistance from Stephen Munoz to answer some more of the technical questions you may have about the data we'll be showing you today. All right, next slide, please. Just a quick background for you on the authority for the whistleblower program. The authority is granted by both state and city law. California Code Section 53087.6 enables a city and county auditor or controller to maintain a whistleblower program to receive information regarding allegations of fraud, waste, or abuse by local government employees. San Francisco Campaign and Government Code, Article 4 directs the controller as city services auditor to administer a whistleblower program and investigate whistleblower complaints. Charter Appendix F states that the controller shall have timely access to all records and documents with some exceptions that the controller deems necessary to complete the inquiries and reviews required by Appendix F. This section also makes confidential all of our drafts, notes, preliminary reports or benchmark studies, any audits, investigations, or some other reports with very few exceptions. Next slide. The Campaign and Government Code spells out matters that are appropriate for investigation by the whistleblower program, mandates that we shall investigate or otherwise attempt to resolve complaints concerning misuse of city funds, improper activities by city officers and employees, deficiencies in the quality and delivery of government services, and also wasteful and inefficient government practices. Next slide. The Campaign and Government Conduct Code also mandates that we refer out several types of complaints. Those would be complaints that another city department is required by federal, state, or local law to adjudicate, complaints that may be resolved through a grievance mechanism established by a bargaining unit or a contract, complaints that involve violations of criminal law, complaints that are subject to an existing investigation, and complaints that allege violations of governmental ethics laws. All right, next slide. In fiscal year 2019-2020, the whistleblower program received 599 new reports. This represents a 19% increase from the previous fiscal year. The whistleblower program has received more reports each year since fiscal year 12-13. There are several factors that we believe that can influence the volume of reports we receive. We don't attribute any volume to any one factor, but several of the factors may influence how many complaints we receive are things such as how the program is being advertised or otherwise publicized to the city workforce or culture. A high volume of reports can mean that the hotline is working as we have planned it to, or that there is a greater awareness of the hotline as a mechanism to file a complaint, or that management is setting the proper tone in reinforcing internal reporting mechanisms and requirements, including the whistleblower program. I will let you know for the Q1 of this current fiscal year, we received 142 reports. You'll notice on this slide that we had a dip in Q4 that we attribute to COVID. However, that seems to be rebounding in Q1 of this fiscal year. All right, next slide, please. The report volume for 1920, we had 91 complaints open on June 30th, 2019. We received 599 complaints that year. We were able to close out 585 complaints, leaving us with 105 open on June 30th at the close of the fiscal year. For your information, we currently have 90 complaints open. All right, next slide. Most of the reports that we receive come through our online web form, but we use multiple intake channels to ensure that the program is readily accessible to any potential reporters and available to them in a manner in which they're comfortable. Regardless of the reporting channel that the reporters use, each report is assigned a unique tracking number and is systematically reviewed so it can be resolved as efficiently and effectively as possible. One of the few disruptions we've had in our service model due to COVID has been our inability to take in walk-in complaints. We have been receiving those approximately 1 or 2 a month prior to the onset of COVID, and we're not seeing them quite as often, obviously. Next slide, please. The whistleblower program closed 585 reports in fiscal year 1920, and we did so in an average of 64 days. The program closed 79% of those 585 reports within 90 days of receipt, which is close to our goal of achieving closure of 80% of all reports within 90 days. We recognize that if we do not resolve reports in a timely manner, reporters may conclude that their investigation or their allegations are not being investigated seriously. There are a number of factors that we believe influence the report closing time, including the complexity of the report's allegations, the sheer number of allegations made in a report, the availability of corroborating witnesses or evidence, and the ability of and availability of city employees to be able to work from home during this time of COVID. Next slide, please. Of the 585 reports we've closed, over half, or 318, reached closure after an investigation. An investigation includes research and other preliminary information developed in determining whether a full investigation is warranted or possible. Whistleblower staff will lead certain investigations, whereas others can be referred to another city department involved in the allegation or with jurisdictional oversight for investigation and response. Coordinating with the other departments uses the expertise of all involved and leverages resources to ensure allegations are resolved in a timely manner. Management of the department associated with the report must respond to the whistleblower program on any actions taken in response. All responses from departments are reviewed by the program before any case can be considered closed. Next slide. This chart summarizes the disposition of closed complaints dating back to fiscal year 16-17. Not all reports received by the program are appropriate for whistleblower program investigation. But having this whistleblower program as the city's central point for report intake ensures that systemic issues and risk trends are identified promptly so that city management can address them. Jeff talked about the close working relationship we have with the Ethics Commission and their staff. We also work very closely with the City Attorney's Office and the District Attorney's Office to review complaints and make sure that we get them where they need to go if they're not appropriate for whistleblower investigation. Next slide, please. Of the 318 investigations closed in fiscal year 1920, 106 resulted in a department taking corrective or preventative action. We believe that the factor of substantiation is increased when well-informed reporters make high-quality reports that are investigated effectively and timely. Whistleblower program increased its effort to educate employees on matters appropriate for investigation by publishing bulletins to make employees aware of the red flags associated with costly occupational frauds. The program has recently reissued bulletins on construction materials fraud, supply chain fraud, incompatible activities, fraud associated with overtime abuse, bid rigging, grant misuse, split purchasing, and mischaracterized expenses. Next slide. Of the 105 reports open on June 30th, the majority, 43 of them, or 41%, were 90 days old or less at that time. The whistleblower examines the factors that delay report closure and, in some cases, works with department leadership to address these issues. The whistleblower program has focused on training departmental staff responsible for investigating reports to standardize the investigation processes used, increase the investigative skill sets of these employees, and ensure they have a uniform understanding of the responsibilities entrusted to them to carry out whistleblower program investigations. And just recently, on Tuesday, we had our annual departmental liaison training that was attended by over 90 members of the city family. All right, and in the next and concluding slide, we've got our fiscal year 2019-2020 initiatives. We're hoping to close out 75% of our whistleblower cases within 90 days. We continue to issue quarterly reports on the status of our program activities. The Q1 report is in quality assurance right now, and we are hopeful, and it is our plan, to have the Q1 report issued by the end of this month. Additionally, we'll be hosting 2 webinars to promote leading fraud hotline operational practices and effective investigation techniques. These webinars are attended by jurisdictions throughout the United States, North America, and we had an attendee from the Northern Marianas last time. And then our ongoing efforts to ensure a best-in-class program include instituting a new case management system that we began beta testing yesterday, training our departmental liaisons on how to conduct remote investigations, which was a part of what we discussed at the Tuesday meeting. And then we also are learning from and providing information to our peer jurisdictions. So these are some of the things we hope to continue doing and how to continue to deliver San Francisco one of the better known and better considered whistleblower hotline programs. This concludes what I have prepared to present to you today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Dave. Nice to see you. Appreciate all of your good work and the report. Commissioners, do any of you have your hand up to ask a question now? I think Commissioner Bush, or is that from previous?
No, it's current. Thank you.
If you could, please.
There's some background to the whistleblower program that I think gives a resonance to what we're facing now. The program was actually begun in 1990 by then Mayor Agnos, and the first whistleblower was a fellow named Ed Lee, who then went on to become the mayor of the city. It stayed in the mayor's office until Mayor Jordan became mayor, and he transferred it out of the mayor's office and over to ethics. And then ethics took responsibility for the program, but didn't implement anything with it. And it was in 2003 that Ed Harrington, as controller, helped draft a charter amendment, which was the 2003 Prop C, that made the whistleblower program split in half, part to the controller's office for the investigation, and on cases of retaliation, back to ethics. The fact that the first thing that started it in 1990 were problems at the Department of Human Resources shows that some problems last a long time. When you come back to overall questions, I have a series of questions I want to ask about the whistleblower program now. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. I'm wondering again if we shouldn't see if there's any members of the public that have comments before we get into questions with the Controller's Office staff. So actually, moderator, if you could please find out if there are any public commenters in the queue.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 5, discussion and possible action on presentation by Controller's Office, Whistleblower Program staff on annual report of Whistleblower Program for the fiscal year 2019 to 2020. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please hold. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, then public comment is closed. I'm going to go back to the commissioners. Commissioner Lee, I see your hand up, so I'm going to look and see if you have a text or you want. You're typing.
Sending you the question.
Okay, all right, then while you're doing that, I'll go ahead and let Commissioner Bush pose his questions, please.
Thank you. I have a series of questions, most of which can be answered quickly. The whistleblower program seems to have handled its cases in about 64 to 90 days for the most part, which is a faster pace of getting through things than we've been able to do at ethics. What is it that has made it more rapid from the filing of the complaint to a conclusion with the whistleblower program?
Not knowing specifically the inner workings of ethics, I can tell you a couple factors that I think might be applicable. We have got 3 full-time staff that work whistleblower 40 hours a week, and then we've got 4 part-timers who are usually doing about 10 to 15 hours. So I think we're pretty well resourced to be able to respond to the complaints that we get. One of the other factors that allows us to close out complaints fairly quickly is the quality of the complaint we receive. If anybody can file a whistleblower complaint, we're open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And the quality of the complaints we get varies greatly. Some are very detailed, some are not. And in complaints where we don't have enough information to investigate, we invite the reporter to provide additional information that's actionable and that we can look into. But in cases where we don't receive that, we'll close something out within 15 days, 2 weeks of receiving it, rather than keep something open. So I think that might be one of the factors that allows us to close things out a little bit quicker than some of the staff members at ethics do.
Those are good points, and it sounds like something we should take into consideration as we move forward on our budget to seek greater resources, as you guys have had. But I don't think we have 3 people who are involved in investigating complaints with us. Next question is...
Through the chair, I wonder if I might offer some additional perspective on that question.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you, and thanks, Commissioner Bush, for the question. I think the whistleblower program certainly operates with tremendous professionalism, and the work that they do to move quickly through those reports is commendable. I would add a couple of additional distinctions in addition to what Dave had to offer. One would be that the charter enables the whistleblower program, as Dave described, to refer complaints to the subject departments. So the investigative staff at the whistleblower program, which is larger than the ethics investigative staff, investigates some but not all of the complaints. So the 90 or so departmental liaisons that Dave mentioned we met with on Tuesday also conduct quite a number of the investigations on reports that come through that office. A second distinction that I might offer would be that when the whistleblower program closes an investigation, it does so with a series of recommendations. So neither the charter nor the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code provides remedial powers to the whistleblower program. And in contrast, the Ethics Commission does retain remedial powers, which means that when we endeavor to close an investigation, it may include what can be an elaborate process, either to settle a case with a respondent, or to engage in administrative proceedings, effectively administrative litigation, which, as you know, can be itself a very lengthy process. So the numbers that we track include quite a number of layers of process that don't apply in the context of the whistleblower program. And so, as I mentioned, the work that they do and the speed with which they work is really extraordinary. And we are endeavoring to increase our speed and better resemble the work that they do. But I would offer those additional clarifications that explain that the numbers, they don't line up because the systems and the programs are different.
Thank you. That does illuminate things further. It still bounces back that you could use more resources than you have now. So I was trying to use that as a lever for that. Back to Dave. Do you have a dollar value on how much was involved in the impact of the budget of the whistleblower actions and resolutions that you had? One of the ways of measuring a successful whistleblower program is in the amount of money saved, because it's about waste and fraud.
I think we have not tracked that in years past because a number of the complaints that we process aren't something that we can attach a dollar figure to, where we get a clear evidence of a case where there might be theft, whether it's durable goods or of time. We're better able to quantify that, but in many of the cases that we process each year don't involve things that we could easily quantify with a dollar amount. And so in some cases, we're able to attach a dollar figure, but in many of the cases that we work on, including, if somebody has a complaint that a bus driver was discourteous to them, I'm sorry that happened to you, but I would struggle to find a way to quantify that in economic terms. And so that's one of the reasons we typically have not looked to do that in the past.
Well, I think to the extent that it can be done, it is a useful metric to look at. I've noticed that in the complaints that you reported, there were only 2 complaints that resulted in action at the police department, and 5 at the sheriff's department, and 2 at the Department of Human Resources. And those are departments where there have been a lot of controversy and lawsuits filed about wrongdoing. How does your investigation match up against what we see in court filings, for example?
Sure.
Do we see cases that are going to court instead of to the whistleblower program?
I think those are both remedies that are being used. We are limited in our ability to conduct investigations into the police department, for example, by the charter jurisdiction given to the Department of Police Accountability. And so when we get a complaint that's within their jurisdiction, we're charter bound to send it over to them. And so we wouldn't have an investigative result that would be reported out. For the sheriff's department, we have seen several complaints that are investigated, but not found to, the allegations are not found to be sustained. And so they would not be included in that charter.
Weren't there recently some civil rights violations of treatment of prisoners at the jail by the sheriffs?
There was, and the sheriff's department is a little bit different because of some union contracts which allow their employees more extensive rights and a longer time frame than we typically would operate under. So there's a lag in between what we're reporting out and what's in the newspaper often. And so if you're reading about something in June, it might not hit one of our quarterly reports until a year afterwards. And so that would be some of the reasons I see, particularly with the DHR, which is happening more current time frame, where we're not seeing an expansion in the number of sustained findings that we would report out.
From what I read about your whistleblower protection, there is protection if the report is made to the supervisor, but I didn't see it spelled out that there is protection if the whistleblower complaint was reported to an elected official, say a member of the board or even a local member of Congress, or to news outlets. And I know in other jurisdictions, those situations do provide protection for the whistleblower. Does our program provide protection in those cases?
This would be an answer I would want to consult with our deputy city attorney on. Every circumstance is different, and so rather than give you a blanket answer one way or yes, I would definitely take the specifics to our attorney and work with them to determine whether or not they would apply.
There's a second part to that question. I might as well add it right in now. And I don't see what a penalty there is for retaliation against a whistleblower. I see protection for the whistleblower, but I don't see any adverse action for a supervisor who retaliates against somebody.
Complaints of retaliation against whistleblowers are investigated by the very able and capable Jeff Pierce, and he would be better able to speak to the penalties that would be imposed for somebody who is found guilty of retribution against a whistleblower.
All right. So John and Jeff, you're up.
Sure. Well, I can try to answer both questions, but Deputy City Attorney Givner is also welcome to jump in. As to the first point, the amendments that the city adopted to the Whistleblower Protection Ordinance a couple of years ago provide now that protections are available to whistleblowers who made a complaint in good faith to the wrong office. So conceivably, if somebody complains to the Board of Supervisors, they might receive protections under the language of our ordinance if we could establish that in good faith they believed that that was the appropriate avenue to do so. I think it would be maybe a harder question to evaluate whether bringing a complaint to say a federal agency would result in local protection. Conceivably, they would receive protection under federal whistleblower laws, but I can defer to John Givner on that. As to whether individuals who bring their complaints to news outlets do or ought to receive protections under local law, this is a question that's come up a number of times. It's really a question of policy. And I think you're aware that under existing law, even as amended a couple of years ago, those whistleblowers do not receive protections under the law, meaning my office would not be empowered to investigate and offer protections to those individuals. But the federal and state constitution offer protections to those individuals under their First Amendment rights, and they could seek remedies against the government for retaliation in ways effectively that far exceed the protections that we can offer them. And as a matter of policy, it's certainly credible for the city and county to decide that they wish to offer protections that encourage people to report in and not strictly to offer protections above and beyond those that already exist in the Constitution that would encourage people to vote or to report out. But I can pause there before turning to the second question if Givner wants to jump in.
I don't have anything to add on those. I think you covered it all.
Sure. So to your second question, Commissioner Bush, what the consequences might be, the commission retains authority to impose financial penalties against a respondent who is found after a hearing on the merits to have committed retaliation. And under the charter, those penalties can be up to $5,000. I think there has been some conversation about whether a respondent in that instance would be personally liable for that $5,000 penalty, or whether an argument could be made that in theory they were acting within the scope of employment and that somehow the city would pay the penalty, but that remains to be seen. Beyond that, you may know that the Whistleblower Protection Ordinance empowers the commission to do two more things, but those two additional things are recommendations only. One is to suggest to recommend that the subject department impose discipline on the employer who took the negative action. And the other is to recommend that the subject department unwind that negative action and restore the whistleblower to their pre-retaliation status, whether that's undoing a transfer, undoing a termination, revising a performance evaluation. But again, these are recommendations only, and they are subject to the civil service rules, union protections, bargaining agreements, everything else that might be at stake in the labor and employment context.
Thank you. What I'm trying to get at is that San Francisco would not face a situation as we've seen in Washington, where we had federal employees who testified before Congress under subpoena and did so under oath, and then later lost their jobs without apparent consequences for the people who fired them or who acted on behalf of those people who did. And I just want to make it clear in the presentation today that that situation would not happen in San Francisco. Am I correct?
Are you correct that employers who took or required an adverse action to get rid of a whistleblower would face no consequence?
Yes.
Well, as I mentioned, we can impose financial penalties and we can recommend discipline against the employer. It would ultimately be up to the department head or the appointing authority whether to impose disciplinary consequences up to and including termination of the employer. So in theory, a whistleblower could be restored to their position of employment and the employer could be terminated.
But $5,000 is not much of a disincentive.
Termination might be, but yeah, we could debate the merits of the $5,000 penalty.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
I think those also bring in some of the tone at the top points that we were talking about earlier, and looking at the supervising branch, the elected official for any of those departments, one would hope that they would create a culture where retaliation wasn't tolerated. And again, that goes back to some of the training issues and, the support from DHR and, other entities in addressing what the appropriate way of dealing with it. But before I ask any other further questions, I have questions from Commissioner Lee that I would like to present. So Commissioner Bush, is that okay, or did you have another follow-up question?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. So from Commissioner Lee for Dave Jensen, she asks, regarding the tip line, how does the number of complaints compare, say, with other cities? Are we getting a robust number? She notes that the number of tip line complaints seems low.
I am working off of memory here, and what I recall is when we have taken a look at some other jurisdictions with tip lines, we're actually overperforming and receiving more complaints than they are on a per employee basis. And then just as sheer volume, the last comparison that I recall hearing was with San Diego. And I do remember we were receiving more complaints per employee than San Diego was. It may look small in number, but I would also point out that every fiscal year since 12-13, we've received an increased number of complaints. So I think we're doing something right in promoting this as an avenue for people to report wrongdoing and try and root out fraud and abuse. Can we do more? We can always do more. But as a comparison, it's my recollection that we're actually overperforming some of the other comparable jurisdictions with comparable programs.
Mm-hmm. And this is my question as a follow-on to Commissioner Lee's question about the tip line. Do we do outreach to our contractor community about tip line whistleblower in the same way that, every city employee, sees postings in the break room, or they get sort of regular information about the availability of the programs? But what about our contracting community?
About this time last year, we were engaged in a process with DHR and also Jeff Pierce's shop to do that sort of outreach to contractors. I think we kind of hit pause on that once COVID hit, but I think it would be worth revisiting now to see where we are in that outreach effort, and if it has stalled, if we can't jumpstart it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, because, overall, if you look at the city's budget, while a considerable amount of work gets done through the public employee programs, we are also have literally billions of dollars of city business being done by outside contractors. And then Commissioner Lee's other question is, do you have a demographic breakdown on complaints, and do they correspond to the city's workforce demographic makeup?
We do not collect that information from our reporters. Most of our reporters present anonymously, and would therefore be reluctant to provide that info if we had asked it of them, and that is not something we have asked of them in the past.
Okay, all right, I understand your reasoning there, and I will allow, if Commissioner Lee would like, she can raise her hand again. Are there any other comments or questions from other commissioners? I have just one quick one. I mean, one of the things that's kind of interesting is in this COVID world where you have I don't know what percentage, but some people are still have to show up on the job. A good number of city employees are working remotely. Has that made it more challenging for you to do investigations? Have you seen more complaints around the changing circumstances related to COVID?
I think I would answer that question in two parts. The first part being operationally, how have we been able to respond? We hit the ground working remotely on, what was it, March 13th. So now 7 months ago, and have not really lost too much traction in our ability to do this work. Where we've seen some issues is with other departments who had not been ready to work remotely. And that has delayed some of the responses we have gotten when we need to refer an investigation out, as a matter of course. And so we've seen some delays due to COVID and people working remotely and not having the tools they need to be able to do the work we're asking them to do. But that has not been the case with our shop. As far as the type of complaints we're seeing, we really did see quite a dramatic downturn from Q3 to Q4 of last year. I think we were on track to receive almost 200 complaints if the trajectory continued for Q4. But that was, I think it was 99. So about half of what we were thinking we might see came in. And that's probably a result of fewer people interacting with each other in the workplace, fewer people writing Muni, for example, and having complained about the service they received there. What also changed, besides the number of the complaint, was the type of complaint. Initially, right after everybody started sheltering in place, some people were still required to go to work. Some people were essential. Some people were not. Some people had complaints that they were essential. Some people had complaints that they weren't essential. We also saw complaints, and those have really dried up now. But we also saw a rash of complaints about working conditions when people still had to go into work. People had concerns about masking, and some people were masking and some people weren't. Some people felt that they had adequate cleaning supplies, and some people didn't. So as we went through that procedure of figuring out how do we work remotely and how do we do it safely, the number of complaints about workplace safety type and workplace environment complaints have dried up. Over Q1, we're seeing a return to the type of complaints we had been experiencing in the past. So I think we've kind of come through it in the sense that we're getting more complaints about the things we were seeing a year ago in a way that 6 months ago we were seeing a different type of complaint. We're still getting occasional complaints about people failing to mask, and we make sure to get those referred to the department for investigation within 24 hours of receipt because the health of our employees is at stake. And so that's something we try and push out and turn around very quickly.
Yeah, well, it's been interesting to see in your report the full array of the type of complaints that you get. I think one of the things that we noted, and it maybe came up in Mark De La Rosa's, one of his earlier reports, was the number of additional complaints that you got just as the Mohammed Nehru corruption indictment came down. And I'm sure that those whistleblower complaints or tips have been referred, to the appropriate authorities and investigative divisions. So hopefully you'll continue to encourage and receive that kind of participation. And for our part, I appreciate the work that Jeff has done, and we're definitely want to get the word out that we will take retaliation actions very seriously and give them our full attention, as they're brought to us. I don't know if anyone, Jeff or anyone else from the department, had any comments, because if not, I'm going to go on to the next agenda item. We have a very full agenda today.
We do have a full agenda, so no further comments, but I'd just like to thank Dave and Steve and Mark for joining us today.
Absolutely.
Thank you for inviting
us.
Very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, then with that, I'm going to close agenda item number 5, and I'm going to call agenda number 6, which is discussion and possible action on staff report on phase 1 of the Government Ethics and Conflict of Interest Review, Behested Payments. I'm going to ask Patrick Ford to give us a presentation on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose, and thank you, Commissioners. I'm Pat Ford, Senior Policy and Legislative Affairs Counsel. So this agenda item is the first set of findings and recommendations as part of the Commission's ongoing review of the city's conflict of interest and government ethics laws. At the Commission's meeting in September, this project was identified as the Commission's top policy priority. And the reason for that is pretty obvious, but I'll state it here, which is that there are multiple serious ongoing corruption investigations in San Francisco. You already heard about some of the work that the Controller's Office is doing earlier today. And in addition to that, the FBI has made multiple arrests of both city officials and city contractors. Some of those individuals have already pled guilty to federal charges. And on top of that, the city attorney's office is also performing investigations and debarment proceedings that you've heard about. They've subpoenaed multiple city departments and private organizations, both for-profit and nonprofit. So we're continuing to learn more all the time as these reports come out. Essentially, the goal of this project is to try to analyze and interpret what we're learning from all of these various agencies that are conducting investigations, and to identify policy approaches to prevent future incidents. The reason that that is so important is, number one, to restore the public's trust in San Francisco city government. Anytime these kind of scandals happen, it has a severely negative impact on the way that people view city government. And it's vital as a city, and in particular as an ethics commission, that we show that we are very attentive to this, that it's a high priority to learn from these experiences and to make the changes that we need to prevent them. I think Mark De La Rosa and the Controller are doing a good job of phrasing this as tone of the top. That tone at the top is a huge issue, and I think that will be a major theme of our project as well, is how do we change for the better the tone at the top in the city. So the project is being undertaken in multiple phases. I think this approach has worked well in the past, so we're going to use it here as well. The first phase is focusing on behested payments, and the report that's attached to this agenda item provides staff's findings and recommendations about this phase, about behested payments. So I'll give a quick presentation about what these findings and recommendations are and what staff's recommendation to the commission is at this time, and then I'll be glad to answer any questions. So first of all, a behested payment is essentially a payment made at the behest of a government official or employee. Usually that's an official asking somebody to make a cash payment to an organization. Oftentimes it's a nonprofit organization. Currently, behested payments are defined in the law, in California state law, and both the state and San Francisco require disclosure of certain behested payments. Not all, but certain behested payments. But disclosure is essentially the extent of existing laws. Existing law does not limit the kinds of behested payments that can occur, that officials can ask for. It's a disclosure-only regime. The reason that this phase of the project is focusing on behested payments, number one, is that we have now learned that behested payments involve significant ethics issues. And from that, we believe that basic guardrails on this practice are needed to bring it more in line with existing laws on gifts and political contributions. Also, in the controller's second report, the controller's office recommended a substantially similar rule to what staff is recommending. So we wanted to analyze that and address that recommendation to us. And also Supervisor Haney has introduced legislation that contains this kind of rule as well. So it seemed very timely to approach this part of the project first. So essentially what we've learned about behested payments through the work of the controller's office, the work of the FBI, is that there is a documented practice among some officials and employees in San Francisco of asking members of the public who are seeking to influence them to make cash payments to third parties. And we'll discuss shortly some of the examples that we have of that. And this practice is problematic. For one, it carries a major risk of pay to play. Pay to play is when there's an understanding that those who seek things from the city have to essentially pay for that. So it could be a contract, it could be a permit, it could be a favorable piece of legislation. But pay to play is when people believe that they are required to make some kind of payment in order to extract favorable outcomes from government. It severely undermines the merit-based administration of government. It undermines trust in government, and it generally should be prevented in all cases. It also, I think it's problematic, these kinds of behested payments, because they can be a conduit for outright bribery if a quid pro quo does in fact exist. We'll talk about that momentarily as well. Another thing that we've learned through these investigations about behested payments is that in certain instances, officials and employees direct behested payments in ways that personally benefit them. Essentially, the official ultimately will get some kind of financial benefit from the behested payment. And again, that carries a risk of pay to play, since there's an element of self-enrichment, but it also undermines existing gift rules and contribution rules that limit the gifts and contributions that public servants can receive. If they're ultimately able to financially benefit from a behested payment, it can be a workaround to those rules. Like I mentioned, these policy goals are not new. In this review, we were really looking to existing gift rules and contribution rules to understand what the policy goals for those rules were, and to understand whether or not they apply to behested payments. We believe they do. And so the ultimate conclusion is that behested payments be included in the same kind of rules that apply to gifts and contributions. So now I want to give a quick overview of some of the examples that we've looked to during this review, what we've learned from the ongoing corruption investigations that indicate that these kind of rules are warranted. First of all, as I mentioned, the FBI is engaged in a major corruption investigation in San Francisco. One of the incidents that we learned about in January in the FBI's criminal complaint against former Public Works Director Mohammed Nuru and city contractor Nick Bovis is that Nuru and Bovis engaged in a conspiracy to bribe an airport commissioner on behalf of two individuals who were seeking a concessions contract in SFO. Those two individuals turned out to be FBI informants, and they also had involved an undercover officer. So they were secretly recording conversations. And in one of those conversations, it's clear that Nuru and Bovis were essentially coaching these individuals on how to use a behested payment as a way to bribe the airport commissioner. They instructed them that they would find out which organizations the airport commissioner would like them to donate to, and that then by making the donations, they would secure that commissioner's support for their contract. So again, that constitutes a bribe if there's an actual quid pro quo understanding with the commissioner. But even absent quid pro quo, it would still be pay to play. That the people think that by making the payment that they are securing favorable treatment. Another example that we've learned about, and this comes to us largely from the work of the Controller's Office and also from some investigative reporting done by local media outlets. We learned that Public Works had an ongoing practice of asking contractors doing business with their department to make behested payments. The most notable examples are Recology, which is the garbage contractor that handles the city's waste. And also, of course, Public Works plays a major role in setting the rates for that garbage contract. So definitely an entity that has a lot of financial interests at stake in Public Works' work. Also, major construction companies like Clark, Webcor, Pinkow, construction companies were also making payments at the behest of Mohammed Nuru and other high-level employees within the department. And again, that's problematic because there's a major risk of pay to play, that these are companies that are getting money through city contracts. And in the case of Recology, those rates are being set in large part by the Director of Public Works. Another thing that we learned is that many of these behested payments were going to organizations or accounts that ultimately were going to Public Works employees. So Parks Alliance was one organization. So the Public Works employees were directing the contractors to make payments to Parks Alliance. And then the Parks Alliance account where this money was being held was under the control of Public Works employees. So in many instances, they were making direct cash payments to themselves. The Controller's Office concluded that these payments appeared to be reimbursements for departmental costs. However, the Controller did note that in any instance where that was not the case, that those payments would constitute a gift and that would be a major problem. Another thing that we learned is that the Public Works employees were directing payments by the contractors to the Lefty O'Douls Foundation, which is a nonprofit that was nominally providing services to children for giving them sports equipment. But we know from investigative journalism done on this that essentially that nonprofit was not using money for that it was spending money on holiday parties that cost $30,000 or $40,000 for the Department of Public Works. So again, the behested payments in that case are ultimately benefiting the very people who are asking for it. And that's problematic because it is an end run around existing gift rules. It could potentially undermine the restricted source rule, which I'll talk about later, but also carries a major risk of pay to play. Another thing that we've learned, and this is from research that we've done here, staff of the Ethics Commission, is that there are documented instances, according to our review, of at least one elected official in multiple cases asking for behested payments from restricted sources. So our review was limited, necessarily limited. We had to pick a certain group of filings to look at because there are many. But what we decided to look at were Behested payment filings by Mark Farrell, who during the review period was the member of the Board of Supervisors representing District 2. And we compared those filings against existing lobbyist disclosures. And essentially what we were trying to see is whether or not Supervisor Farrell was asking people who were either lobbying him, meaning the lobbyists, or the people paying those lobbyists to lobby him, whether he was asking them to make behested payments. The reason we looked at that is that those individuals would constitute restricted sources under city law, meaning that they could not give Supervisor Farrell a gift. Existing gift rules prohibit restricted sources from giving gifts. Restricted sources are those who are either doing business with the official's department or who have sought to influence the official in the last 12 months. So obviously, if you're lobbying somebody and you've reported that lobbying contact, you have sought to influence them. You're a restricted source. So not to say that this would have been unlawful for Supervisor Farrell to solicit these. I think that's part of the point of this project, is that there is a loophole here in the law, and that's what we were hoping to demonstrate with this review. So we reviewed documents from April 2015 to June 2018, because those are the dates when we have electronic data for behested payment filings. And in that period alone, about 3 years, we found 4 instances where Supervisor Farrell asked entities or individuals to make behested payments who were lobbying him. And those instances are detailed in the report. I won't go through each of them right now, but you can see who they were, what the dates and the amounts were in the report. And we believe that this is problematic because, number one, it clearly undermines existing gift rules. You cannot accept a gift from someone, but you can ask them to make a behested payment. Arguably, the policy purpose for the gift rule is not being served. There's a way to get around it. And also there's a clear risk of pay to play. If somebody's coming to a public official asking them to do something in their official capacity, and then in that same instance, the official's asking them to make a payment, it definitely creates the impression that the payment is required in order for the favorable outcome. There's also 2 other incidents in other jurisdictions that I noted in the report. Both of these come to us from 2 separate FBI investigations. The first one is from the ongoing FBI investigation in Los Angeles. It involves a number of people, 4 of whom have pled guilty, but the main defendant involved is Council Member Jose Huizar. He's a member of the Los Angeles City Council, and he at this point has been charged with bribery, extortion, money laundering, and honest services fraud. One of the schemes that's discussed in the FBI's complaint against him is that Councilmember Huizar was soliciting behested payments from parties that had matters before him. He was the chair of the Planning and Land Use Management Committee, which is the committee of the LA City Council that looks at large development agreements. He was asking those developers to make behested payments. And in some instances, he was asking them to donate to a private high school that employed his spouse as a paid fundraiser. So in this fact pattern, we have both kinds of harms that we looked at in this report. You have a public official asking somebody who has business before them, who's trying to influence them, to make a behested payment. And that brings all the issues of pay to play, potential bribery. And then you also have an official directing behested payments to an organization that ultimately is giving him a financial benefit through the income paid to his spouse. And again, that can serve to be an end run around gift rules and also can have serious pay to play implications. Another incident that we know about through the FBI's work involves former State Senator Ron Calderon. This took place in 2014. Senator Calderon asked 2 individuals that he thought were filmmakers to direct behested payments to a particular nonprofit organization. And there was an explicit quid pro quo that because of those behested payments, he would support favorable tax legislation for those individuals. The payments were made to a nonprofit that his brother, former Assemblymember Tom Calderon, was in control of, and ultimately those funds went directly to Ron and Tom Calderon. So they were basically laundered bribes through this organization. And it turned out that the two filmmakers were actually undercover FBI agents, and Senator Calderon was ultimately charged, pled guilty to bribery, money laundering, and honest services fraud for this and a number of other schemes, and was sentenced to a term in federal prison. So both of these instances, again, very problematic from the perspective of pay to play. In the worst case is actual bribery, where there's a quid pro quo established, and clearly is a way to circumvent gift rules. So that's a summary of what we know now, what we've learned in the last couple of years about behested payments and problems that can arise from them. The recommendations that we're making in the report are two. First, we recommend that San Francisco create a rule prohibiting officials and employees from asking interested parties to make behested payments. Interested party, essentially somebody who's seeking to influence that official or obtain the official's action on something. And there are four types of people that we identify as interested parties. First, people who are parties to certain proceedings in the city, so people who are seeking permits, licenses, contracts. We identify contractors and their affiliates as interested parties, so people who are doing business with the official's department, people who are directors of that contracting entity, major shareholders in the entity, etc. We identify registered lobbyists as interested parties. Under existing law, registered lobbyists may not give gifts to officials, so we believe that officials should not be able to ask them to make behested payments either. And also discussed this earlier, restricted sources, we believe are also interested parties. So again, these are people either doing business with the official's department or who have sought to influence the official or employee in the last 12 months. Notably, the recommendation that we're making, it would still allow behested payments to the city. So if the official or employee were asking somebody, including an interested party, to make a behested payment to a city fund, that would be okay. And that's in line with what the controller has shown in their report, that it's really non-city accounts that are the issue. When it's a city account, that's subject to all of the controller's accounting processes and audit processes, so you don't have the same dangers there of pay to play and self-enrichment. So we believe that this rule is important because it would serve as a basic guardrail on the practice of behested payments. None really exist at this time, although gifts and contributions are regulated and we define certain of them as problematic and we prohibit them. We do not do the same thing for behested payments. This recommendation would still leave untouched the vast majority of fundraising. By looking at the existing disclosures in San Francisco, it's pretty apparent that behested payments from interested parties are a narrow slice of the overall fundraising that government officials do. So as you know, through the Anti-Corruption and Accountability Ordinance, the city created disclosures for behested payments only when the behested payment is coming from an interested party. In the last 2 years, we've only gotten 29 filings that represent only $300,000 of payments to nonprofits. So annualized, that's an average of $150,000 per year. So really not very much money at all. So this would not have a major impact on the ability of city officials to raise money for nonprofits, nor would it affect the bottom line of the nonprofits, but it would create an important safeguard and a guidepost for officials to know that they cannot ask interested parties to make these payments. The other rule that we recommend is that officials and employees not be allowed to direct behested payments to organizations that are a source of income for that official or employee. And that would include the official or employee's spouse as well, since under state law, spousal income is considered personal income. The reason is to prevent the circumvention of gift rules. So again, if you can't accept a gift from somebody, it doesn't make sense though that you could ask that person to make a payment to an organization that will ultimately pay you. That's kind of an in-run around the rules, and it avoids the danger of pay to play and bribes as well. We believe this recommendation builds on the controller's recommendations regarding non-city accounts. The controller recommended that all non-city accounts come under the city's audit processes. And we believe that that means that if an organization is going to pay income to the official or employee, that means that it's not an appropriate non-city account for them to be sending behested payments to. So that practice should not be allowed. So in conclusion, what we're recommending for today's meeting is, of course, that you be able to ask questions about this recommendation, about both recommendations, about the review process. I hope that you'll have a policy discussion about the recommendations. And in the memo, I recommend that the commission, assuming that you do agree with these recommendations, pass a motion that essentially endorses the recommendations. The context is that Supervisor Haney, as I mentioned, has introduced legislation that contains a rule substantially similar to staff's first recommendation, that city officers not be allowed to solicit behested payments from interested parties. What's a little bit unique about this situation that's different from normal policy projects before the commission is that the commission's approval of this ordinance is actually not required. This rule is in a chapter of the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code that can be amended by the board and mayor acting alone. It does not require a vote of the commission. So the vast majority of policy projects, of legislative projects, the commission's approval is required. So usually the recommendation is that you review the recommendations and that staff will then work with the city attorney's office to draft legislation. Then the legislation will come to you and your approval is required in order for it to move forward. That's not the case with this ordinance. So I think what my recommendation envisions is that if you were to approve a motion endorsing some form of these recommendations, that would be direction to Supervisor Haney's office as to what your preferences are, and hopefully he would follow those recommendations. And also that would be a good direction to me of how I can engage with Supervisor Haney's office and other members of the board on this legislation to further your policy determinations on this. However, obviously future agenda items could be agendized. This could come before you again if you wanted that, or if you feel like you already have a consensus on what you think the best outcome is, you could communicate that through a motion, and then I will do my best to work with the board to carry that out. So that wraps up what I wanted to present to you, and I'm glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Pat. What I would like to do, because you do have two very specific recommendations for us to consider, I'd like to take them separately so that we have a very clear and complete discussion about your proposal to prohibit city officials and employees from soliciting behested payments from interested parties, which I think is something we have seen similar in the legislation that Supervisor Haney had initially introduced. And then second, take your recommendation that we expand our behested payment regulations to include not the city officials and both elected and appointed, as well as employees, by restricting third-party recipients of the, as I think how you would characterize this, by saying that if a particular nonprofit was a source of income to either the employee or their spouse, that employee would not be allowed to solicit gifts to that nonprofit. So I want to start with the first one, which is the prohibiting city officials and employees from soliciting behested payments from interested parties. So I see hands up from Commissioner Bush and Chu, and I'm sorry, I don't know who had their hand up first. So actually, Commissioner Chu, if you want to go first, because you're...
Sure. Thank you, Chair Ambrose. I had a procedural question, and just for my own understanding, when the ordinance was initially passed, it required the supermajority approval of both the commission and the board of supervisors. And so now, however, only changes to the ordinance can be made by approval of just the board of supervisors and the mayor. How did that come to be?
So the reason is that, and I assume you're talking about the ACAO, about the Anti-Corruption Accountability Ordinance. So that ordinance contained provisions that affected both the behested payment rules, which are Article 3, Chapter 6, which does not require commission approval, and changes to Article 3, Chapter 2, which does require commission approval. So since there were elements that required commission approval, the ordinance itself required commission approval. So this one does not blend elements of the two chapters. It only is in that chapter that does not require commission approval.
I see. So it's entirely possible then that if the Board of Supervisors, we can provide our input to the Board of Supervisors, but there's they could or could not take it into consideration.
That's correct. Yeah, and that's why the recommendation feels procedurally a little odd, because it's different than every other policy project that we've done. But I will say that I have been working very closely with Courtney McDonald, who's a legislative aide to Supervisor Haney, and she is here today, so she's prepared to talk with you and answer questions that you have. But thus far, they've been very open and responsive partners on this. So she can talk about the supervisor's plan moving forward with legislation, but I would hope that relationship would continue as it has been.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Bush, then, if you wanted to ask your question.
I have a couple of questions, but before I do that, I want to congratulate Mr. Ford for what I consider to be one of the best reports that I have ever seen come out of the Ethics Commission. It's really first rate in every respect. It covers a wide range of issues, and it does so with detail and examples from other jurisdictions. So kudos to you, and thank you for the work that you did to get us teed up for this discussion today.
Thank you, Commissioner Bush. I will say that that thanks is also due to all the folks that I cite in this. So the Controller's Office, the FBI, the investigative journalists, they did a lot of the legwork to unearth these things. But thank you very much for your comment.
Well, it speaks well of you that you acknowledge others. How many other states have the equivalent of behested payments?
Do you mean regulations addressing?
Well, I mean, how many allow officials to solicit contributions for a third party, even from people who have business before their jurisdiction?
So I don't know. I don't know how many allow it. What I do know is that there are a number of jurisdictions, both cities and states, that prohibit the practice of asking for behested payments from interested parties. So some of the examples are listed in the memo, and so
right.
The cities are Chicago and Philadelphia, and the states are Maryland, New York, New Mexico, and Alabama. And there are also rules in the federal executive branch, and both houses of Congress regulate this practice.
Among the proposals that you have is that the money should not go to an entity that pays them. And I'm sorry, I'm being there. Sorry about that. But behested payments can also go for governmental purposes, not just to a nonprofit. So in some cases, we have seen elected officials deem hiring staff for themselves or buying office furniture being funded through behested payments. Does your draft envision covering those kinds of situations as well? Because there's not a direct personal benefit. Or also hiring staff members It's a way of increasing a staff member's salary without putting them on the payroll, or putting a person in charge who's one of your own appointees. So, for example, the America's Cup was chaired by the president of the Rec and Park Commission, who was overseeing property that was going to be involved in the America's Cup. I know he was not comfortable with that, but that was the mayor's decision at the time. So are we encompassing all the circumstances that history has told us exist?
Yeah, so you highlight, I think, what's a really tricky part of this, which is where the public official has some degree of control over the funds. So on the one hand, we want to address situations where that control leads to self-enrichment, which I think is the core issue, but still allow instances for the official to be involved in worthy nonprofit causes, civic projects, like you mentioned, the America's Cup, or if it does involve actual governmental processes like paying staff or furnishing government facilities. So I think the distinction that I tried to draw here is when the organization to which the behested payments are going is actually the city versus when it's an independent third-party organization, be it nonprofit or otherwise. So if it is the city, if you have an official directing funds to the city, then this rule would not apply. The reason being that the official would not have sole control. Anytime you have money going through the city, the controller's office ultimately is in charge. They have processes in place to ensure that the money is not misappropriated and that it's documented, et cetera. So,
but you've spoken about some of the gaps that exist in current law. And one of the gaps that I see is that it's certainly legal, as I understand it, to seek behested payments to go to a nonprofit, and nonprofits do not register as lobbyists, but exist as an advocacy for an industry. And so as an advocacy group, they approach the same elected officials to adopt policies that favor their industry. And that's certainly happened with a number of industry groups that exist in this city. So there may not be a personal financial benefit, but you are in effect fertilizing an existing structure that then turns around and with those resources advocates official actions, though they do not constitute lobbying, because we by law have said groups like that do not lobby. So how do you cover that? Because that's what we're talking about, soft corruption in the city. That's a classic example.
To me, that speaks more to the first recommendation, that if an organization or person were attempting to influence an official, that would make that person a restricted source under existing law. That person would be prohibited from making a gift to the official.
How would you know they were attempting to influence the person? Because since they're not a lobby, they don't have to disclose who they meet with. You don't have to disclose how much they're spending to do that. So how would you know that?
No, that's exactly right. That restricted sources are not always identifiable through public documents. That's true. That if you're talking about lobbyists and their clients that have documented lobbying contacts, that's very clear to see, and that's why we focused on that in this report. But there are instances where people attempt to influence government officials or employees, and that's not subject to an existing disclosure. So that would be highly fact dependent, and essentially it would be something that we would have to educate people about, of how to know what constitutes a restricted source and never to accept gifts nor ask for behested payments from such people. And we would have to factor this into our enforcement division's practices of how to detect and penalize that conduct.
Well, I'm hoping for a full loaf and not a half loaf when it comes to these issues.
But can I interject here? Because I want to make sure that we're really clear about the different categories of the people asking for it, who they're asking and who's receiving it. Because, I mean, when you're talking about these various nonprofit organizations whose nonprofit mission is to influence government, I mean, that is also, their activities are, under our Constitution, recognizes the ability to petition your government for redress, to engage in, public discourse about policies. So we're not saying that, we have a problem with the fact that these organizations engage in policy discussions or contact supervisors about their problems with the rent ordinance or something. What we're saying is, I think what I hear you saying is that if they are attempting to influence, and this is where I think we also need to get clear, because what we're proposing is changing. Right now, it's elected officials. We've added commissioners, and now you're proposing to add all employees who file Form 700s. So, and I think by adding all of those potential people who are subject to this rule, and then broadening, I totally understand anyone who is a quote interested party, has a contract, has a pending permit application that employee is involved in. What I don't want to do is create rules that are ambiguous, where we're not seeing perfectly legitimate engagement in fundraising for nonprofit organizations, which, for example, can be many schools and hospitals, all things that we want to encourage people to support in our community. So let's just be really clear about that. I mean, in terms of restricted sources, including persons who have sought within the last 12 months to influence the legislative or administrative action of the employee in question. When you say legislative action, so if you have a nonprofit organization who writes a letter to the Board of Supervisors and says, I really hope you fund, these resources for PPE, for grocery store workers or whatever. I mean, that doesn't mean that, that entity wouldn't be allowed to, that somebody who was an employee of the city wouldn't be allowed to support that organization who made that request. I mean, I just want to be careful as we expand, the scope of this, that we're not unnecessarily capturing people who are engaging in perfectly legitimate public activities. But
so to that question, so part of the benefit of kind of piggybacking this rule onto existing rules, like the restricted source rule, is that we would benefit from all of the regulations, advice, et cetera, that has been developed on those rules. Mm-hmm. And there's a regulation that speaks to exactly the issue you're talking about, which says that the following shall not, I'm just reading from the reg, the following shall not be deemed an intent to influence an officer or employee. One of them in the list is oral or written public comment that becomes part of the record at a public hearing. So that is not attempt to influence legislative action that makes you a restricted source. So we would read that directly into this rule as well. So that would mean that just by giving written public comment or oral public comment at a hearing, that would not make you a restricted source. It has to be something more direct, or it's something that's not public.
Okay. And right now, when folks, right now this rule applies to elected officials, boards of governors, and by expanding it to employees, I mean, what do we say? We have 3,600, something like that, Form 700 filers. Who answers those questions? So before I send out, that letter to all my friends and family and ask them to buy raffle tickets for my kid's school's fundraiser, who do I check with to make sure that, you know, my kid's school is not seeking a permit for, you know, a new building or whatever?
So just to clarify on that fact pattern, it wouldn't matter whether the school was seeking a permit. This rule would not prohibit you from behesting money to an interested party. It would prohibit you from soliciting money from the interested party. So what you would want to be looking at is whether or not the people you are asking to make the payment are interested parties. So for that, you would want to ask the Ethics Commission. You would want to contact us, and we would be producing compliance materials and helping to educate employees and officers about how to go through that inquiry. And also the city attorney's office is always a resource as well.
No, but I'm thinking, I mean, is there going to be a list of every entity that's a contractor? Or let me just ask, maybe there is another exception. So the other exception is that applies in certain circumstances. If you do a general solicitation to a certain number of members of the public at large,
yes,
and as opposed to a phone call to some particular specific interested party, then you're not subject to the constraint.
That's right. So that's in the code. That's called a public appeal. And I think the fact pattern that you're describing would probably be a public appeal if you send out enough solicitations. I'd have to look to see what the number is, but if you ask enough people at the same time, it's a public appeal and it's not considered a behest under the code. So that would apply here as well.
Okay. And then finally, and then I'm going to ask Yvonne's questions. If this amendment does extend to the 360 filers, I'm assuming that's an MOU issue that requires meet and confer.
It does.
Okay. All right. And then Yvonne, Lee's question is regarding the source of income ban. You propose adding spouses to the ban. Any legal reason not to expand the prohibited list to be immediate family member, spouse, sibling, children's parents? So that will be, actually, now that I think about it, that's going to come up when we talk about your second recommendation. So I'm going to go back on the recommendation to prohibit city officials and employees from soliciting behested payments from interested parties with the definitions that Pat outlined. Are there any other questions or comments about that particular recommendation? And I see hands up, but I don't know if that was from before. Commissioner Bush, did you have any further questions about that particular item? And with that, I am going to jump to the, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about each one of these separately. Then I'm going to ask for public comment. Then I'm going to ask for a motion after public comment is closed, if that, or maybe I should ask for a motion before we go to public comment. On the second one, the solicitation of behested payments to an entity that is a source of income for the official, and as Commissioner Lee inquired, would that also be the official and their spouse, or also potentially immediate family members, sibling, children, parents? And the recommendation is to prohibit officials and employees from soliciting behested payments from any source to an entity that is a source of income for the official or the official spouse. Defining officials, including elected officials, members of boards and commissions and department heads. Employees is all Form 700 filers, and income means any economic interest reportable on Form 700. And I noted in the, I'm going to start with my question. I noted in your, what Commissioner Bush correctly stated was a really thorough and very useful report, that in your contacts with other state and local governments who do regulate these kinds of solicitations, that there are a number of them that do restrict the recipients of behested gifts or behested payments. And I'm just curious who, in those circumstances, if you know, what is the universe of people that rule applies to? Because just to put it all out there, one of the concerns that I have, having been an attorney for a number of commissions in my career in the city attorney's office, you know, we have a citizen form of government. We have literally probably now 100 commissions and numerous commissioners who, because of the way that the charter divides legislative and executive power between the Board of Supervisors and the mayor and the commissions, we have a lot of commissioners who are or whose spouses do work for nonprofit organizations. And in my experience, they are clearly some of the most ethical and you know, beneficial donors to the, you know, city's public engagement by serving on these commissions. And so I am frankly worried about the idea, not that these people who themselves are, you know, executive directors of nonprofits or whose spouse may be an executive director of a nonprofit. Clearly, I agree that they shouldn't be able to solicit contributions from a restricted source because of the implications of that influencing their exercise of their governmental duties. But the idea that they couldn't solicit gifts for a nonprofit just because that person, you know, through their board or their management hired their spouse. I mean, it's not like there's a direct connection, like I'm getting this gift and therefore you have money to pay my spouse. It's, you know, their spouse is legitimately hired to be in an employed position in that nonprofit, and they're just supporting the work of that nonprofit because they believe in that, you know, whatever organization and what their mission is. So anyway, I have some reservations about that without hearing a lot more from that community of people who would fall within the scope of this rule. And I guess without knowing, you know, what the supervisors are going to propose and the public testimony at the board, I myself would hold back on making that recommendation until we hear from folks. And clearly, we're not getting a lot of public participation in this meeting, so we're not getting that kind of feedback yet. And I know you have stakeholder groups that are following, you know, what we're doing and what we're recommending. I don't know if there's been an opportunity for them to have gotten the agenda and really, you know, understood what the recommendation is. But anyway, so that's my whatever set of concerns about the second piece of it. And now I'm going to look and see if anyone has any comments or questions for you as well on this part of it.
I think you already mentioned a question from Commissioner Lee that I can answer.
Yes.
So the reason why I limited the recommendation to only the spouse of the official or employee is because under California law, only the spouse's income is considered the income of the official or employee. So when I file my Form 700, I report my spouse's income. I don't report any other family member's income. That's most likely a feature of California's community property law, that I have a community property interest in my spouse's income. Half of that income is literally my property. So that's why it's reportable in the Form 700. So I tailored the recommendation to that. One, because there is a legal interest in the spouse's income. And also because from a compliance and enforcement perspective, to have that income already reported on the Form 700, I think is really crucial. So the person, the official employee already has that documented. It's very easy for them to know, oh, okay, this is a source of income for me because it's they pay my spouse, so I can't direct behested payments to them. Whereas if they had to also think about their brother's income and their adult child's income, it could get very complicated for them. So I did not include that, but fair point that a similar policy concern could very well exist there, but I would argue not to the same extent as it would with the spouse.
If I can chime in, there are issues here that are not theoretical, but are based in the facts as they exist in San Francisco. We have had elected officials who created a nonprofit and then put their own political consultant as the executive director, who went out and raised funds from entities. Now, shouldn't we cover naming a staff member who's going to be paid from this nonprofit? It's another way of providing a stipend to the staff member. So I think that's one thing. And the second thing is, when an appointee of the official is asked to chair something, they're not in a position to say no. They're pretty well coerced, because if they say no, they may lose sitting on the commission. And yet they are soliciting money from people who may have issues before the city. We see both of those things happening. We saw it with the Super Bowl 50. We saw it with the San Francisco City Hall Centennial. We've seen it with the Conference of Mayors meeting in San Francisco. All of those were one-time nonprofits set up by the mayor and headed by his appointees or his staff. It's not any secret to the people of San Francisco that this is how the game is played here. And for us to pretend it's not being played that way and not addressing it is wrong, in my view.
So I'd like to understand better under the proposed rule of prohibiting officials and employees from soliciting from interested parties. So taking your example of whatever, the America's Cup, I mean, this would prohibit, or for that matter, the Mohammed Nehru, investigation in the Parks Alliance. This rule would prohibit city officials, elected or appointed, and employees from soliciting from interested parties, from the Recology or other entities that have contracts. So at least on that point, I'm going to assume that somebody is going to be prepared to make a motion to recommend that Pat move forward with communicating that the commission endorses that change. But then, Commissioner Bush, your point about I'm trying to think. So on the America's Cup, if they put people from the city in charge of that, I don't know if it was, I guess it was a nonprofit that they created to receive those gifts, not just the ones that were behested, but the ones that other entities in the city were making. If it's not just a restricted source, I'm trying to, they shouldn't, are you saying that they shouldn't have, they shouldn't be able to behest payments to a nonprofit if they also if the mayor also controls the nonprofit or put somebody? I'm trying to figure out how you would articulate the regulation that would address the concern that you have.
Well, there's a couple of ways of getting at it. One would be to say that they can't solicit contributions of more than $5,000, because we have some cases where an interested party was contributing $500,000. In one case, actually $1 million. And then it doesn't have to be a contractor. It can be like Wells Fargo was lobbying the city not to divest itself from using Wells Fargo as an investment bank. So that's not a contract. That's a policy question that was going on. Same thing with waterfront properties. They wanted to build a high-rise market rate condo on the waterfront, and they gave several $100,000 during this process through Behested Payments. So you have to write it in such a way that it'll take someone with John Givner's legal skill over mine, that it's clearly intended for a public good and not simply for the politician's good. It sounds a little ambiguous, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this, once again, in a lot of ways, comes back to the tone at the top. You know, we wouldn't, if we had a clear culture where it was understood that there was no pay to play or favoritism to, you know, the moneyed interests who favor your favorite charity, then we wouldn't have to be writing new rules to fix it. But I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure how you draft that.
I'm a little cautious about overusing the word charity, because when you're talking about contributions to a nonprofit that provides services to low-income people or services in a community, they are providing direct services. That's different than being an advocacy group. Like Spur, for example, is an advocacy group, does not do any services, unless you want to count their research product as a service. But otherwise, they are not a service-oriented nonprofit. And in some jurisdictions that I've looked at in the past, they do make a distinction, like in Los Angeles, where the Behested Payments cannot go to groups that do not provide services to low-income people.
Really? Just to low-income people, not people who have other kinds of disabilities or physical? I mean, that seems...
That's the way they've written their law, but on the other hand, the FBI is in the middle of investigating the Behested Payment in Los Angeles, so
right.
It may not be a perfect solution.
Okay, I'm a little bit...
The mayor in Los Angeles established a mayor's fund, which brings in millions of dollars a year. It's probably one of the wealthiest entities in Los Angeles, and it exists to fund things that the city does not fund that the mayor wants done.
I'm just looking, Commissioner Lee is commenting about many nonprofits or direct service oriented advocacy organizations, such as you pointed out. And I think, I mean, that's one of the, you know, sort of alternative ways of looking at this, is having really strict rules and then having certain waivers, but then you have to start parsing it out and describing the standard of review for determining when it's okay for somebody to solicit a, you know, donation because, you know, whatever, the general consensus is that that's a good organization and a legitimate solicitation, as opposed to, you know, for even for those that are not direct service oriented organizations, some people feel very strongly, say, for example, one of the things I'm thinking about, our former controller, new Public Utilities Commission, Commissioner Ed Harrington, has recently been on the board of Greenpeace and cares greatly about, climate issues, across the world, and probably, strongly advocating donations to address global warming. That there's no, so that's not a direct service organization, but it's something, it's a very legitimate, in many people's mind, nonprofit. So getting back to, as much as I would agree that John Givner can probably draft any sophisticated piece of legislation you could imagine, I think it's a challenge to, because in some ways it's in the eye of the beholder. What is legitimate? The main thing I think we're going after here, and I want to make sure we get through this so we can give Pat some direction, is we're all really clear, I think, that we do not want anyone in city government to be soliciting behested payments from restricted sources. We've seen from the indictments that that has a particular negative cast to it, and that there's no anyway, I think we have consensus on that, but in order to move forward, I want to ask if we have a motion. And actually, I do want to, let me just check and make sure, Commissioner Lee, she did say that she thinks that she agrees that direct service and advocacy nonprofit organizations should be subject to the same rules, that I guess agrees that it would be difficult to ferret out, who's okay to receive a behested payment and who isn't. But what I want to do, because we still have a very heavy agenda following this, and I will take a break after we get public comment on this item. But first, I want to see if we have some motion. So, do I have a motion to?
Do I clearly understand that Commissioner Lee's position is that direct service organizations and advocacy groups should be treated the same?
She did say that specifically in the message that she asked me to convey to everyone. Should be the same in terms of as being a recipient of.
But so you take a group like Spur. I mean, let's just get right down to the brass tacks. Spur is a nonprofit. Mm-hmm. It is an advocacy group on various city policies. It also has as its chair or as executive director acting as a campaign manager, and in fact chaired 3 committees, ballot measure committees, at the request of the mayor. Now, there's a cross connection there that raises a certain level of questions, I would think.
But Spur its activities as a non-profit and the engagement in land use and related issues in their educational gatherings. I don't know what they're doing now in COVID. Is separate, right? From, I mean, their executive director may be a very political person and have a job, although that's sort of interesting. I mean, if they're the executive director of Spur, I don't know how they can also have that much time to be campaign manager for 3 ballot measures. That seems like almost like something that Spur's board should be looking at. But I mean, there's all kinds of advocacy, not just Spur. I mean, every industry group in the city has an advocacy group that supports them. I mean, then you start getting into the sort of union organizations and their nonprofit arms, et cetera. I mean, if you say that if you're an employee of the city, you can only solicit a gift to nonprofit that's a direct service organization and not an entity that engages in political advocacy, I mean, that's a pretty sweeping restraint on that person's political engagement, whatever their choices might be. As long as we all agree, they can't ask anybody who's got a decision pending before them or their organization. But in terms of in terms of restricting the source, because I think that's what you're talking about, the
No, I'm talking about the recipient, not the source.
No, I mean, I'm sorry, that's what I meant. That if you're saying that as a city employee, you can't solicit a gift from somebody who's not a restricted source to a nonprofit organization, unless they're engaged in direct service. I guess, I mean, you can certainly say that. I have a problem, though, being that legislating that kind of constraint. I mean, I think that people, one of the ways that people engage in their political life is by supporting organizations, often nonprofit organizations that represent their interests, concerns, and views. And
Well, I don't want to drag this on forever, but I'm struck by recalling the behested payments that went to sister city committees from sources that otherwise could not make a contribution. And the sister cities committee then used the money to pay for the mayor to make trips overseas. Now, that's one hand washing the other. There's just no way around it.
Yeah, no, and I think to be clear on the disclosure front, I think that exposing, who's being solicited and who the recipient is, I think it was very illuminating, for example, to see the detailed disclosure reports that Mr. Ford included about former Supervisor Farrell. I mean, it was a list of who's who in San Francisco world. And it does allow you then to raise the kinds of questions that you're raising about, whether or not there is people taking advantage of loopholes and enhancing their position in the world through the behested payments. The question goes back to tone at the top, and is this a question of legislating ethical behavior, or because there is a restraint associated with these kinds of regulations, and
But there's nothing to prevent these people from giving money to the city instead of directly to the third party. So why don't you have somebody who, instead of giving to X, Y, and Z, they give it to the city, and the city then allocates the money? Is it because they don't want to have to go through the process of seeing a budget and accountability for it? Like the America's Cup used some city money and some private money.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of it going through an America's Cup nonprofit, why didn't it all go to the city? The city the Board of Supervisors has to approve anything that's over $5,000. It does not interfere with anybody's ability to do that.
Yeah, and I'm not even talking necessarily about the America's Cup. I'm just talking about some.
No, I'm just using it as an example. I'm not using it as exclusive. Well, anyway, you see my point. I'm not sure
How you get to that. I mean, we're not, because it's not a question, it's not the second piece of this that would get to that. We're not saying that, the mayor can't put his or her spouse in charge of the America's Cup nonprofit and then solicit gifts to them and a source of income. You're talking about, with respect to the first category, restricting sources that, and I'm still struggling with how you would even articulate where they're a political or other advantage. I mean, you could get at the source of travel. That, I mean, you could define that as you can't solicit money for a nonprofit that is a source of payment to the elected official or employee for their travel expenses. Or, I mean, but you'd start having to go through that whole litany to define those circumstances beyond just you can ask for. Anyway, I'm going to go back. I don't think this is the end of this conversation. I think we're going to take this in layers. And I do want to see whether or not we have public comment in the queue. And before I do that, though, I want to see if we have a motion and support for supporting. And I guess I should ask quickly, Pat, did you have any further information or comments that you want to make following this discussion before we ask for a motion?
No, other than just to echo what you just said, that part of the reason that I've separated this project into phases is so that we can continue to learn more and react and develop subsequent phases of the project accordingly. So yeah, just to echo that this is not the last opportunity on any of these things.
Okay. All right. With that, I do want to see whether or not we have a motion to support the recommendation for the first item, solicitation of behested payments from interested parties, as Mr. Ford outlined in the staff report, and with the understanding that this won't preclude us from augmenting our recommendations with respect to either the definition of interested parties or any exceptions to the solicitation of behested payments. So do I have a motion at least on this first piece of it? Nope. Nobody's ready to move this part forward. And Commissioner Bush, you had your hand up. I don't know if that was from previously. Okay, well, I'm actually going to make a motion. I actually think that we should allow Pat Ford to communicate to the board, because that's really all we're doing here, to communicate to the board that that we do support, at least at a minimum, this rule that we should restrict not just elected officials, but city officials and employees from soliciting behested payments from interested parties being defined as the city contractors, people soliciting permits, licenses, and entitlements for use, people submitting proposals for a contract, registered lobbyists, and then he says all restricted sources under section 3.216, with the exception being that these officers and department heads, and I'm assuming employees, would be able to solicit monetary payments from interested parties to an established gift fund. So I would make that motion that we allow him to communicate to the board supervisor member who's initiating the legislation that the Ethics Commission does think that's a good idea. So
May I make a friendly amendment to your motion? Using a well-worn phrase that we often see, and that's it's to say what you just said, but say including but not limited to, and that allows us to come back and revisit things.
Okay, that we recommend this set of rules, but we're subject to our ongoing.
Or just say we recommend. I'm sorry, my dog is crazy.
It's all right.
We recommend the following steps, including but not limited to.
Okay, I will accept that friendly amendment, and that would be my motion. Commissioner Smith, you're muted. Wait, you're muted. You're muted. Oh, there you go.
Not muted now. I
Okay.
think I was simply to clarify that at some point, it sounded as though we were simply asking Pat to give this concept of our approval forward. And then Commissioner Bush started talking about a motion and an amendment. And now it seems as though you've switched to a motion. And frankly, at this point, I'm not sure if you're actually making a formal motion that requires a second, and if Pat even understands at this point what the motion really is. It sounds very convoluted to me. Or if you are simply asking us to approve Pat going back and saying that the Ethics Commission approves this concept of restricting behested payments, et cetera. So would you clarify that for me, please?
Yes, and fair enough. I think that's fair. I mean, frankly, we wouldn't necessarily have to make a formal motion and have a roll call vote in order to give our feedback to staff, but because I think in fairness to him, he wants to know when he engages with the supervisors about what the position of the Ethics Commission is, clarity about support. And I think what the motion is that with respect to his recommendations in the staff report, the first item, solicitation of behested payments from interested parties, that our authorization to him is that he may communicate that we support these rules, but we are not limited to further recommendations regarding the solicitation of behested payments from interested parties. So in other words, we will continue to engage as the legislation, as we understand it, his legislation is going to be amended. There's going to be public hearings. We will bring this back presumably in December for further discussion, but that as things stand now, we would, at a minimum, authorize him to say that if we have the votes for this, that we have moved to endorse this set of recommendations. Is that clear? Is that clear enough? I'm sorry.
That's helpful. And Pat, do you understand? Do you understand it? As stated.
I do. Yep,
Okay.
I do. And I think that this is what would be helpful to me and to the board to have some action from the commission to base their judgment on.
All right, thank you. In that regard then, or with that clarification, I would be willing to second that motion as stated in this last exchange.
Okay, and then I'm going to hold that motion because we do still have to get public comment, but then I want to get both of these teed up. The second recommendation is solicitation of behested payments to an entity that is a source of income for the official. And this would be, this is not in Supervisor Haney's current legislation, but this would be a recommendation that officials and employees would be prohibited from soliciting behested payments from any source to any entity that is a source of income for the official or the official spouse. And the officials include elected members of boards of commission and department heads, as well as employees who are Form 700 filers. And income means any economic interest reportable on the Form 700. Do I have a motion with respect to this recommendation? And none that I see. Commissioner Lee. Okay, I'm assuming this is not on this item. I mean, I've already been really clear that I'm not ready to go forward with this level of recommendation until I hear a lot more in the public comment realm from people who themselves or their spouses, whether they be employees or commissioners, provide some feedback about what that would mean for them and their engagement in civic life. But I'm waiting to see. I don't see a motion from any of the other commissioners. So with that, I'm going to ask Ronald if you could please solicit public comment or determine whether or not we have public comment in the queue.
There we go. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 6, discussion and possible action on staff report of phase 1 of the Government Ethics and Conflict of Interest Review, Behested Payments. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you are online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Madam Chair, we have a caller in the queue.
Hi.
Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is Debbie Lerman from the San Francisco Human Services Network, an association of about 80 San Francisco health and human service nonprofits, most of whom are city contractors. And I want to first of all commend the Commission's efforts to address the recent corruption scandals. 3 years ago, we engaged with this Commission around a Behested Payments process that looked at elected officials, and the Commission and the board ultimately adopted a disclosure law rather than a ban. And once again, we see a process where our health and human service nonprofits are being caught up in something where we frankly are not the problem. And as we did then, we continue to urge a careful, nuanced approach that is necessary to ensure that we don't hamstring the city's ability to support its nonprofit partners who are providing direct services and affordable housing, particularly in the middle of a pandemic. This report that I just saw for the first time today, it would propose a major expansion of restrictions. And we don't have a specific position on all of this at this time, but I think it needs a cautious look. And we look forward to the ongoing discussions. I think the devil is always in the details with these things. What happens with public appeals? Can an official be on the host committee of a fundraising event? What about nonprofit boards of directors who would be classified potentially as interested parties when they are merely private citizens with altruistic motives who have volunteered their time and energy to support a nonprofit? I'm also alarmed by this proposal to broadly describe as a restricted source anybody. Who could be any private citizen who expresses a point of view to an elected or an administrative official. That could just be a letter to your supervisor or to a department head. So that seems extremely broad and ambiguous. And I would just urge this commission to take your time and really think these things out. I'm encouraged by some of those nuances coming out in the discussions today, and I thank you for that. But we just want to urge caution and not running full scale ahead to adopt extremely restrictive measures that could have unintended consequences. I also just want to say that our ethics laws are becoming more and more complicated, and would urge the Ethics Commission staff to reach out to contractors and provide training, written materials, and training sessions to help our nonprofit contractors make sure that they don't fall into gotcha situations where they weren't aware of some of the details of these laws. And that will also help tremendously with compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are any more callers in the queue. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are no more callers on the queue.
All right, then, thank you. With that, public comment is closed. I'm going to ask you to call the roll on the motion that we had. I do want to add, though, I did appreciate the comments from the person who just called in. I think it is something that we and presumably the board are going to look at. We've long been saying we need funding and resources to do more training. And if we're going to layer on more regulatory requirements, then it's that much more important that we are able to help people understand what the rules are, why they're there, and how to comply with them. So we have more reason to seek more funding. With that, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded.
Could you restate the motion, please?
Okay, I can. This would be a motion to authorize commission staff to represent to members of the board or public that we recommend at a minimum, including but not limited to this set of recommendations, as we may have further refinements going forward, that city officials and employees are prohibited from soliciting behested payments from interested parties. This would include city elected officials, members of boards and commissions, department heads, as well as employees who are Form 700 filers. Interested parties are going to include parties and participants involving permits, licenses, entitlements for use, and administrative enforcement, city contractors, and I'm not going to define all of them. They're written in the staff report. There are 3 categories of city contractors who are either have existing or pending or submitting proposals for contracts, registered lobbyists, and then finally, all restricted sources under Section 3.216, which includes persons who have sought within the last 12 months to influence the legislative or administrative action of the office or employee in question, with a side note that to the person who just commented that doesn't include people who wrote to the Board of Supervisors or commented at a public hearing. And then finally, point 5 in the staff recommendation, there is an exception to allow officers or department heads to solicit monetary payments to an established city gift fund under the Administrative Code Section 10.100. So with that, can you call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush?
Yes.
Commissioner Chu?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Chair Ambrose?
Yes.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed to the motion, is approved unanimously.
All right. And then what I'm going to do is take a 10-minute break so we can all eat something, get up and stretch your legs. We do still have some fairly substantive matters coming up. So I'll see you back here. See, it's 12:42. I'm going to just round up and say we'll start up again at 1 o'clock. All right? Okay, thank you.
SF Gov TV. San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV. San Francisco Government Television.
Practice session, or have you already? You're muted.
Yes, Chair, I've already ended the practice session. We are now live again.
All right, thank you very much. Taking the time. I did want to add, since I am the voice for Commissioner Lee, she did have a comment at the end of the last item that we should reach out to the nonprofit community and understand better, what the implications of these rules are for the many nonprofits who do contract with the city, et cetera, and that she would be willing to help with that outreach. And I know you're planning on some further stakeholder interested person engagements as part of the policy prioritization process. So just keep that in mind, that she's available to support that outreach effort.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. And then just trying to get my place on the calendar. That was item 6. So I'm going to call agenda item 7, discussion and possible action on the monthly staff policy report, including consideration of the policy prioritization plan. And once again, we have Patrick Ford here to present this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. I will keep this short and sweet. So the two ongoing policy projects right now are the review of the city's conflict of interest code and government ethics laws. So the last agenda item represents the bulk of the work that's ongoing right now on that project. So now that you've communicated your policy decisions, for at least for the time being, on that item, I will be engaging with Supervisor Haney and other members of the board as this item progresses, and I will keep you updated month to month as we go. And of course, there'll be the opportunity, if you'd like, to schedule another agenda item on this. And I will communicate with you, Chair Ambrose, on that so that you are apprised of the progress on that. The other project right now is in its final stages, and this is the biennial review of the list of designated Form 700 filers. These are employees who are designated in the code to file the Form 700. We review that as a city every 2 years. Each department reviews their separate list. We had a meet and confer session yesterday with, I would say, a half a dozen or more employee bargaining units. There were a number of questions about the changes from PUC and airport, and the Employee Relations Division at DHR is working with those departments to answer the union's questions. And we're going to have another meet and confer session December 2nd. And I think we're hoping to answer any outstanding questions at that meeting, that would be the last meet and confer meeting. And then at that point, the ordinance would be heard before committee and then go to a first and second reading at the board. So we're still targeting end of this calendar year to have that ordinance approved. And yes, the policy prioritization plan is attached here. It's agendized for action here, so you certainly may take whatever action you wish, although I think I'm operating under the assumption that if no action is taken, that I will continue to work on this conflict of interest code project as the main policy project at this time. So that would involve working with the board, promoting the behested payment legislation. And then as that progresses, assuming it progresses successfully, then I would begin phase 2, which would be looking at gift rules. And that would follow essentially the same process here. So I would have interested persons meetings, engaging with stakeholders there, engaging with stakeholders outside of the meetings as far as that's helpful, having meetings, phone calls, exchanging emails with them, et cetera, doing research, engaging with research institutions like we worked with Campaign Legal Center on this last report, talking to other jurisdictions, et cetera. Then that would be summarized in a report with findings and recommendations, just as you saw this month. So, definitely feel free to give me whatever feedback you have on the progress of the plan at this point. But if I get no further instruction here at this point, that's what I plan to do. So that's all I have to say, and glad to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. I see Yvonne's hand up. I'm not sure if that was from the problem, the prior, yep, she just took her hand down. So with that, I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any comments on the policy prioritization plan presentation as it stands today.
Chair Ambrose, I have a related question. Pat, Mr. Ford, you've done an excellent job, as you have done since you joined the commission. And maybe Director Pelham will get into this, but you are a mighty team of one, and I hope that you will be getting some help soon. I don't know if you have any visibility or have an update on where that stands and hiring someone to help you in this work.
Yeah, I will leave that question for Director Pelham to answer when she talks about her executive director report, or now, if she'd like, either way. But I think there are some positive developments coming down the pipeline soon.
Okay, great. I'll wait for Director Pelham's report then. But I'm glad to hear that help is on the way.
Me too.
All right, Commissioner Bush, please.
Thank you. Mr. Ford, when you do the conflict of interest review, I would urge you to incorporate the language that comes from the state. For example, one of the state provisions says that if you're a member of even a volunteer group that's unpaid and on the board and in regular contact with people who have interest before your group, that needs to be disclosed. And I don't know that we have any place where that's being disclosed in San Francisco. So I'd like you to take a look at what the restrictions are from the state and how we might incorporate that in any disclosures for San Francisco so that people don't have to jump around from one site to another. So that's one point. The second is that I know that you'll be looking at the public finance report and what happened with that. And I'd like to suggest that in this report, since it's coming out in March, which is about the timing when we'll be in the midst of writing the budget, that we take a broad, wide lens to this to see what are not just the public finances pieces of it, but everything else from slate mailers to independent expenditure committees, so that we present to the public and to the mayor and to the board a fuller picture of what is being spent to influence city decision makers, whether it's through contributions or behested payments or whatever it is, because that might provide sufficient information and impetus for augmenting our budget at that time. So I would suggest that that you do that, and I will send a list of the kind of issues that I see percolating out there, because the world has changed so much since we started these rules. It used to be we restricted contributions from contractors. Now we understand that people seeking permits are, this is important. And then you haven't looked at yet at people who are seeking legislative changes. Like, for example, what is required in elevators going to high rises? That's a big issue for the building owners and managers, but that doesn't show up in anything. So there's a lot, and you'll not be able to cover all of it in the March report, but at least we can acknowledge that there is a bigger world. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have other further comments, or let me just check to see if Yvonne, no, not right now. So I think what we're saying to you, Mr. Ford, is carry on, and we'll continue to engage with you on both the policies and the prioritization as things evolve and develop, but we think you're on the right track and keep working on it.
Great, thank you. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Thank you for that. But before we move on, we need to ask for public comment, see if there is anyone in the queue who would like to comment on this matter. If you could, Mr. Moderator.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 7, discussion and possible action on monthly staff policy report, including consideration of policy prioritization plan. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Stand by. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, hearing that, public comment on item 7 is now closed, and I am going to call agenda item 8. As soon as I turn the page here. Agenda item 8 would be the discussion of the monthly staff enforcement reports, and we're going to ask Jeff Pierce to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose and Commissioners. I'll also attempt to keep my remarks brief here. So, as you've seen, this month's report includes a couple of operational updates. related to collaboration between the Enforcement Division and other entities, including efforts to collaborate with Mr. Ford on policy efforts in recent conversations with the Controller's Office about how to implement their regulations. And in addition, collaboration with the Whistleblower program, from which you heard earlier. And in particular, I was able to join them Tuesday, along with Kathleen Stewart of the City Attorney's Public Integrity Unit, to address some issues before the Whistleblower program's citywide liaisons about jurisdiction and investigative practices and remedial options. Apart from that, I can report that we have opened 3 new investigations since I reported to you this time a month ago. You'll have seen that the District Attorney's Office has expressed interest in one of those 3 investigations. So added to last month's list of investigative holds is 1 more. So each of the matters that we reported on last month has aged by an additional month, and we have added a 3rd, which is very fresh, just 5 days old, on hold at request of the District Attorney's Office. Apart from that, I would note that there's not a lot of movement from on the accounts that are before the Bureau of Delinquent Revenue, but a couple of highlights on that update there. One is that you'll have seen that the Superior Court has pushed back a number of hearings that have been scheduled on accounts that belong to the Commission. I'm sure all the members of the Commission appreciate that the courts are significantly delayed as a result of the pandemic. So hearings that had been scheduled for the spring have since been pushed back to the fall. And then the second thing to highlight from that update would be that by way of reminder, the Bureau has adopted a kind of softer approach to collections during the pandemic, partially in response to the economic fallout that has arisen from the coronavirus. And so you'll have seen on the update this month an indication from that office that when the shelter-in-place order is lifted, they intend to consult with us as the client about whether we might wish to move forward newly on a number of small claims actions to try to collect on accounts before the Bureau. So apart from that, I'm happy to field any questions that you might have.
And I see a hand up from Commissioner Bush, but I'm not sure if that wasn't from a previous item.
I'm taking it down.
All right. I have a quick question, and that is just in prior election years, we've seen, considerable uptick during the election process of complaints that come in. I'm assuming that that's also happened this time around. I see in the report on your docket update, we're just looking at, it actually looks like we have a lot less in November of 2020 than we had in 2019, although that was also an election season for us because of the mayor's race. But how would you compare? I mean, how is your inbox doing in this period?
Anecdotally, you're right that we do generally get more complaints during an election season. What we have seen during this election, I think it's somewhat of a departure from what we've had in prior election cycles. In the last 3-month period, roughly the 90-day period leading up to the election, when late contribution and late expenditure reports are due, we have received just 13 complaints, and among those, fewer than half are arising from the campaign finance arena. So we've gotten in this 90-day election period only 6 campaign finance complaints, and we've gotten equally as many complaints arising under the Government Ethics Ordinance. And I can't wholly account for why that may be true. Part of it may have to do with the process improvements that we implemented beginning last fall, where as one example, if we know from the face of the complaint that we'll not have jurisdiction over that matter, we don't formally add it to the docket. We just consult with the complainant and advise them about what their options might be to take their matter elsewhere. So we've certainly had several dozen instances like that in this 90-day period where we've consulted with complainants whose matters have not been added to the docket. But apart from that, fewer complaints. And again, I'm not 100% sure of why that may be.
Okay, I was just curious what the future holds based on that. And anyway, I don't want to belabor it because we're gonna we still have a heavy agenda ahead of us with the director's report in closed session. So if there aren't any other further questions, I'm going to ask the moderator to see if we have any public comment on agenda item 9. 8.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 8, discussion of monthly staff enforcement report. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, then public comment is closed, and I'm going to move on and call agenda item number 9, and that would be the discussion of the Executive Director's report, an update of various programmatic and operational highlights of Ethics Commission staff activities since the Commission's previous meeting. And Executive Director Pelham, you have the floor.
Great. Excuse me. Great. Thank you, Chair. I have several brief highlights from the report that I wanted to touch on. And then we had also planned for 2 brief presentations or demo from staff, if that is your preference moving forward. I know we are on a tight schedule today, but I wanted to just take a temperature if that's what you'd like to proceed with. Happy to do that. So perhaps I'll pause when I get to those presentations, and then Chair Ambrose, you can let me know if that's the preference of the commission to move forward in which direction. The first, I just wanted to highlight, following the end now of the November election cycle, as you saw in the report, we wrapped up, or actually are almost wrapping up, our public financing process. There are claims that can be submitted following the election for a defined period of time, but as of November 9th, the candidates who participated in the program and qualified for the program, in some was qualified to receive $3.34 million in public financing for this election. Commissioner Bush mentioned in the last item the public financing report for March, and we're very interested to look at that process comprehensively when we get those January 31st reports in that reflect the entirety of the calendar year's activities, because we know public financing is a method to achieve some very strong public policy outcomes for governance in San Francisco. And so looking at other factors that might also be at play, I think would be very helpful and interesting to do. So we'll look forward to providing more information in that report as you suggest, coming up in the spring. Following now the bulk of the public financing work that's been completed, the audit staff will return back to focusing on audits. I just wanted to clarify on the audit webpage that we, on our website, the publicly financed candidates from the 2018 audit cycle, those publicly financed committees have all now been audited. All of those audits are now posted on our website. So that's there for your information. And they, in the normal course, will be receiving a routine review by the enforcement staff to see if there's any follow-up necessary. And then the auditors will be turning back to some of the items that have been pending, the 2019 publicly financed candidate audits that they'll be starting, as well as laying more groundwork and steps in place to respond to the BLA recommendations from the Budget Legislative Analyst's Office performance audit that we had that spoke to some of the improvements that we can be working on for our audit program, among others. And on that point, my report noted that we would be hearing that there would be a scheduling of the BLA report before the Board of Supervisors Committee. Yesterday, we had indication from the staff in Supervisor Marr's office that the Government Oversight Committee Audit and Oversight Committee is likely to schedule our BLA audit for discussion on November the 19th in the morning. So we'll make sure that you get information about that if that is actually on the schedule for next week. I'm happy to provide some good news on the front regarding our hiring. Since the last commission meeting, we were able to meet with our counterparts in the client services team over at the Department of Human Resources. Had a very, very productive meeting. We walked through various processes that are possible to expedite hiring, given that we have a particularly pressing programmatic constraints and budgetary constraints. And we have submitted a number of what they call RTFs, or requests to fill, for all of the vacant positions that we have to the mayor's office. Today, I heard word that we have now gotten the green light to proceed with hiring for the first of those positions, which is in the investigator position in the enforcement division. So with the expedited hiring process that we anticipate putting in place now, we're on track, assuming we get these other positions also green lighted in the next few days. We'll be on track to be able to actually post those positions by the early part of December. And the hiring process will be an expedited one. And we look forward to being able to proceed with, hopefully having folks in chairs the first part of calendar year 2021. So it's an ambitious process, but one that we very much appreciate DHR's colleagues' support with, and it has been a primary focus for me over the past month, and for our staff leadership team to get those positions ready to go. So that's good news, and I look forward to keeping you informed about that. I did provide a bit of information. We have started to put together research and assess a bit more about the citywide integrity fund and whether that might be something we can proceed with. We are reaching out to our friends at the Controller's office to meet with them in the coming days. We also have identified, we understand from New York City, that they've got a certain model. Interestingly, as I think you may have heard in the earlier discussion from the Controller's office, when Prop C was approved in 2003, the City Services Office was established using a fixed percentage of the city's overall annual budget. So we're going to be exploring sort of what their experience has been and the mechanics of that going forward. Let me just pause there. I know there are maybe perhaps some questions that you have. I'm happy to try and answer those. We did also want to provide, for you this afternoon, a bit more information as to the Form 700 filing project. We did provide slides that give you an overview of the project, kind of soup to nuts, because it is a comprehensive set of work that's underway, both in terms of planning and process and outreach that we'll be working to support filing officers with, because they will be doing a lot of work to help administer the program and make sure that the filings that we secure are accurate and complete, even within an online filing system. So we wanted to take the opportunity with information provided by Rachel Gage, our engagement and compliance manager, to put that information in front of you and to be able to walk through, if time permits, the various components of that project. Separately, we've also been doing work with our colleagues over at San Francisco Open Data, and we have new visualization tools for how to look at campaign finance information and how to search that are tools for the public. And Tyler Field, as I mentioned, is here available for a brief demo to walk through that as well. So we just wanted to make sure that you had that information. And let me just pause to see if you have questions for me about any of these items, and also direction Chair Ambrose if you'd like us to proceed on those lines with any brief presentations.
All right, I see Commissioner Chu, your hand's up. Did you have a question?
I did, yes. Thank you, Director Pelham. In regard to the upcoming meeting with the Board of Supervisors, is that going to be in conjunction with the Controller's Office that conducted the BLA team that conducted the audit? And if so, is there an opportunity to caucus with them, or even just on our own, to emphasize their recommendations around funding and resources. And in a nice way to remind them that the current budget approval, we'd asked for these things and that they were supported by this independent third-party audit, and we fell short in this year, but for the next budget cycle, which is going to kick off any second now, I would hope that we can count on their support for devoting the resources necessary and critical to supporting this work, and allowing us to staff up to be able to field the team necessary to not just tread water, but to make progress, and that we have the Mohammed Nuru investigation, uncovering all sorts of problems here, and that there is a big role for us to play, but we can't do that in the absence of resources.
Yes, I think Commissioner Chu, the short answer is that we anticipate that the Bureau of the BLA auditors would be on hand to present the report, since it is their report. I was asked to be present to answer any questions or provide other information and responses, which I'm very much looking forward to do, because, as you know, we've embraced fully the recommendations contained in the report, not least of which is the funding aspect that they've recommended. I'm very much looking forward to having a conversation with the committee about the work that's underway in response to the BLA findings, as well as the work that we know is ahead of us, to your point about the need for continuing resources. I think that it's important to underscore that with auditors and with any kind of performance audit, the proof is in the pudding. We need to show and demonstrate that we have the capacity and the ability to do the work that is identified in that report. So I think we're in very, very strong position to be doing that, but we certainly won't shy away from making it clear about what needs are still unmet at every opportunity.
Right, and perhaps we could suggest as a way to give them an alternative to think about that, for those, and I think we have discussed this in previous meetings, that devoting a portion of the budget from Department of Public Works, Department of Planning, or wherever wherever the hot spots are, that if they could fund the work, then we wouldn't have to go back to the general fund, right? And that it is a common technique used in the corporate world, and I don't know if it's ever been done in San Francisco, but it certainly would be an alternative that they could consider.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bush. You're muted. Sorry, you're.
And that was the best thing I had to say.
Oh, escaped into the ether. You want to try and recreate it?
So with Director Pelham gives her presentation and discussions with other groups as well, I think we need to take a look at other funding sources besides just a carving. And so I was thinking to remind people that the city sets a library set aside that's already part of our city budget. We have GOBOC, the Citizens General Obligation Bond Oversight Committee, that gets 1% of all bond money. We have a requirement in the charter for police staffing. We have a requirement in the charter for fire stations. And I think that if you might draw on the expertise of Ed Harrington, who oversaw many of those things, to see what he might have to add to give a broader picture of options for providing resources for the Ethics Commission, whether it be an addendum fee for all lobbying expenses as a premium, because we have to monitor and confirm on those, and the rest of those things we now have been unable to afford to do the annual audit of any lobby. That's just one example. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, Director Pelham. I'm certainly going to tune in to the Government Audit Committee hearing. I'll be interested to hear what they have to say, and certainly encourage with the other commissioners that as part of one of the items that comes up there is the question about funding for training and staffing, and you can certainly convey to them that the commission continues to endorse additional support for ethics at work and our ability to do lobbyist audits, et cetera, and that we will work internally and certainly open to working with the board to identify a regular source of funding for what you're calling the city public integrity fund. Regarding the two items that you have had staff prepare for our review, I really want to hear both the Form 700 as well as the, disclosure information that Tyler has for us, but I'm concerned about doing it now. I'm afraid it's going to get short shrift because we are already 5 hours into this meeting and we still have to go into closed session and come back out and do 2 more agenda items. And so with the, consent of the rest of the commissioners, if you could put those on the agenda in December, put them at the top of the agenda so that they won't have to sit around for an entire meeting while waiting to see whether or not we're going to get to them. Because I really do think on both of those fronts that there's something that we would all appreciate and want to have, some opportunity to inquire about. So is that okay with everybody else if we carry those forward and hear them as sort of separate presentations at the top of the calendar next time?
I'm certainly in agreement with that. I think that's a very good proposal.
Okay, and commissioners, that's okay?
Yes, I would agree. Yeah.
All right, very good.
We will do that. Thank you.
Thumbs up. Okay, and I'm assuming Commissioner Lee. All right, then with that, moderator, if you could see if we have public comment on the executive director's report, I would appreciate that.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you've just joined this meeting, we are currently on public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 9, discussion of executive director's report. An update of various programmatic and operational highlights of Ethics Commission staff activities since the Commission's previous meeting. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You'll hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, thank you very much. So public comment is closed on agenda item number 9, and I'm going to call agenda item number 10, which is discussion and possible action on items for future meetings. So in addition to the 2 items that we just talked about, to hear from Rachel and Tyler on their presentations, do the commissioners have any other items that they want us to entertain for future agendas? And I see 2 hands up. Commissioner Chu, Larry's hand is no longer up. Did you have something?
That was done before.
Okay, and now I see Commissioner Bush, your hand is up. So could you speak to this agenda item?
I'd like to raise the issue that we discussed briefly about the 2015 election and the outreach to those with city interest to encourage them to make contributions to a particular candidate and not to favor a different candidate. As an example, for our records, not for any enforcement action, but to help us understand and the public understand how these relationships develop and create an infrastructure that is hard for the public to get through.
Okay, and these are materials that I recall you had asked that the executive director share with the commission various news articles concerning allegations about political activity where city or city elected officials discouraged people from donating to particular candidates with the issues concerning the possibility that there were going to be official sort of retaliatory actions taken against those who didn't comply, and that you wanted to look into that as a sort of case study for really it'd be part of our conflict of interest and ethics code review, like what kind of activities could have occurred and how do those get treated within the laws and regulations that we have.
Well said.
Okay, so without getting into the substance of it, because this is not actually on the calendar yet, we're going to try and figure out how to address that in with the appropriate notice and agenda. Are there any other items that folks would like to see calendared in the future? The only thing I did want to say is the kind of presentation that Tyler's going to do. I mean, it occurs to me that we have a lot of disclosure. There's an incredible amount of information available on the dashboard. Putting aside COVID, even without that, the world is moving to an online, existence. We have lots of folks out there who care about political issues. We could see that with the number of people who turned out for the election this round, but I'm not sure how many ordinary citizens know what information is available or how to get to it and how to develop it in a way that it's meaningful from a journalistic point of view. So all that to say, I would like to see some kind of, for each commission meeting, some kind of educational segment where not just us, but through the recording of these meetings on SFG TV, there's just a short staff presentation sort of highlighting the tools that are available, online and how to access it and sort of what some of the summary reports are. Because I really do think then people can go in and sort of clip those videos and share them, with a community of, say, students at SF State or what have you, and that in that way, short of our having an aggressive training budget, we can try and foster, more public use of the tools that are there and the information that's there. So anyway, that's just something we can talk about, how you might sort of bring some of that stuff forward, at this level. But
Will do. Thank you.
all right, and then with that, need to ask if you, Mr. Moderator, could see if there's any public comment on the agenda items for possible future meetings.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. You have just joined this meeting. We are currently on the public discussion of the motion, of agenda item number 10, discussion and possible action on items for future meetings. If not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you are online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. With that, agenda item 10 is closed. Public comment on agenda item 10 is closed. And now I'm going to call agenda item 11, just as a sort of a preview. Agenda item 11 is relates to the closed session item. And in order for us to move into closed session, we're going to need a motion. So hear me out as I read this item. And then I know you've all received training on how we're going to log out of this open session screen and then log back in to a closed session WebEx screen. And then as a reminder, we will then come back to open session to report out any action that we took in closed session and then to conclude the meeting through adjournment. So hopefully everyone's comfortable with where to find that. And with that, I'm going to read agenda item 11, which is discussion and possible action regarding probable cause, determination for complaint alleging violations of the Government Ethics Code or Ethics Ordinance, Article 3, Chapter 2 of the San Francisco Campaign and Government Conduct Code. There will be, we're going to invite public comment on any matters relating to this item. But first, I'm going to ask if I have a motion to assert the attorney-client privilege and meet in closed session under Charter Section C3.699-13, Brown Act Section 54956.9, and Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.10, subsection D, to discuss anticipated litigation as plaintiff. And if I can get someone to move that. Moved by Commissioner Chu, seconded by Commissioner Smith. And then if we can get public comment to see if there's any public comment on this item to go into closed session. Mr. Moderator.
We are checking to see if there are any callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you've just joined this meeting, we are currently on a public discussion on motion of agenda item number 11. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you are online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, public comment on agenda item 11 is closed. We have a motion to assert the attorney-client privilege and meet in closed session. Could you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Chair Ambrose.
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
All right, so we will, I believe we leave this meeting. So you red X out of this meeting and then go to your Outlook calendar email and join the closed session.
That is correct. And if I may, interject, Chair, just to let folks know, the participants who are not going to be participating in the closed session, this session that we are currently on will be put into practice session. And then with that, we will then return back once this meeting has started. I just wanted to emphasize that. So you can stick around if you are a participant and waiting for this meeting to continue once we get back, but it will be in practice session.
But for the commissioners, we actually have to leave this meeting in order to join the other meeting, or otherwise it won't let you in. So you do actually have to hit the red X and leave and then join the new one, and then we'll have to rejoin again. So I'll see you on the other side.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
soon as Ronald gets a chance, I'm sure he'll take us out of practice session.
You are on mute, Chair Ambrose.
Go to mute when you switch from practice. So we are back in open session on agenda item 11, discussion of possible action regarding probable cause determination for a complaint alleging violations Government Ethics Ordinance, Article 3, Chapter 2 of the San Francisco Campaign and Government Conduct Code. The commission did take an action in closed session. It was a unanimous vote to ratify the determination of the executive director of a finding of no probable cause in this matter, which is a confidential matter, confidential investigation. I would seek a motion from a member of the commission that we not disclose our closed session deliberations regarding this anticipated litigation, aside from the disclosure I just made.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Chu and
Second.
second by Commissioner Smith. With that, if you could please call the roll on the motion not to disclose the confidential closed session discussion.
A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush?
Aye.
Commissioner Chu?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Chair Ambrose?
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
All right. And with that, Alicia, anything else you think we might need to do?
Yes, you must disclose how you voted in closed session and if you would like to do that.
Okay. All right. More formally. So we did take an action in closed session to ratify the determination of the executive director to endorse her finding of no probable cause in this matter, and it was a unanimous vote in the affirmative to ratify the executive director's recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we do have to take, I guess, public comment on item. I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead. First, I'm going to close item 11 and call agenda item 12, which is additional opportunity for public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda pursuant to Ethics Commission bylaws, Article 7, Section 2. If any member of the public intend to offer public comment for this item, they should dial in now and enter *3 to be added to the public comment queue. do, wait a minute. Never mind. I'm sorry, I'm taking us back one, right? Oh, no, this is actually, we do have an opportunity for additional public comment. Never mind. All right. Do we have any members of the public in the queue? Sorry, you can see after 5 hours, my brain starts to buzz over.
No worries. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you've just joined this meeting, we are currently on public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 12, additional opportunities for public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda pursuant to Ethics Commission Bylaws Article 7, Section 2. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, agenda item 12 is closed, public comment is closed, and so I'm going to call agenda item 13, which is adjournment. Commissioners, do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I'm sorry. I thought we had a chance for commissioners to offer items for future meetings.
We did that. I realized I started reading that again, but remember, and you had suggested that we do the 2015 election. That was item
Oh, all right.
11.
Well, I was just getting started.
Okay. All right. Well, there'll be future opportunities for that. I mean, obviously, you can call me or the executive director anytime with any suggestions that you have. Right
Thank
now,
you.
we're 7 minutes shy of getting out of this meeting in less than 6 hours. So if I can get a quick motion to adjourn this meeting in a second, we might be able to. That would be a first from Commissioner Chu and a second from Commissioner Smith. Can you call the roll on the motion to adjourn? Ron, you're muted.
I'm just like yakking away, just yakking.
All running out of our focus here. Go ahead.
A motion has been made and seconded to adjourn the meeting. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Chair Ambrose.
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
All right, so the meeting is adjourned, and thank you all very much. Have a happy Thanksgiving, and we'll see you back here on December, what day is it?
It is a Monday. It was a Monday in the week rather than a Friday. And I think is it the 13th?
I'm double checking right
December
now. I'm opening up our website right now.
Yeah, December, a Monday? What do you mean a Monday?
It is on the Monday. Earlier this year, the Commission's regular meeting schedule was adopted, but we had modified it to a Monday meeting at the request of the Commission due to year-end planned or activities or schedules at that time.
So December the 7th?
No, let me just check.
No,
Ronald,
we
do you
have
have that?
14th.
We have December 14th, 9:30 a.m.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm glad I asked. I did not recall that we had moved to a Monday. So that would be, we'll see you all on December 14th. Thank you so much.